Chapter 1999. It's probably nothing. Everyone who has something to do is here. Dongzhu. Xuanqin, you shouldn't have raised the flag. After the little robot finished speaking, Xuanqin's voice was transmitted. Dongzhu, some craftsmen's children, said that they don't want to go to school. They want to learn the skills passed down from their families. Take them to the workshop where the steam engine and my diesel engine are made. Let them look at the blueprints and calculate the gear difference. Li Yi pursed his lips and used the most violent method to solve the problem. Don't go to school, right? Come, including your master. Let's visit the real technical workshop. Don't learn? If you don't learn, you won't know anything and won't be able to keep up. Let's see if the ministers learn. Let's see if the future father-in-law of the Tang emperors learn. I'm learning. Do you think the methods passed down from your family are powerful? Come, you're amazing. Create a combined mirror workpiece by hand. Is this difficult? Let's change it to something simple. I'll give you a ductile iron rod, a handle file, and a half shaft. I want a set of bearings. Craftsmen don't know mathematics, physics, or chemistry. What's the use of having you? On the other side, Xuanqin smiled. Dongzhu was going to strike a blow. There was a lot of knowledge in the workshop. The most powerful thing was the mother machine lathe. The powerful craftsmen studied how to make the mother machine more precise every day. The parts were made batch after batch. If the precision was improved a little, it would immediately be used for the mother machine. Normally, a mirror made of copper amalgam was a bronze mirror, which could reach the level of a glass mirror. It would take at least 2 to 3 months to make and polish it manually, using the first generation lathe made by the mother machine, the second generation lathe made by the mother machine, and the third generation lathe made by the mother machine. It wouldn't even be used for a day. It was clear how powerful the mother machine was. In order to improve the precision of the mother machine, the craftsmen didn't care about how much money they were rewarded. They only wanted to realize their own ideas. Some craftsmen talked in their sleep about how to improve the mother machine. The most terrifying thing was that several craftsmen were sleeping in the workshop and could talk to each other in their sleep. If it was Li Yi would understand. When he didn't exist at first, the soldiers were sleeping on the battlefield. Suddenly, one of them shouted in his sleep, "The enemy is charging at Highland 325. The person sleeping next to him naturally shouted, "Machine gunner in position." Several people responded at the same time, "We are in position." The observer shouted, "The enemy is lightly armed. Where are the heavy machine guns?" Heavy machine gunner, yes. Observer, dynamiter. Dynamiter, get ready to charge and explode. Vitality, help me suppress it. Goodbye, brothers. It looked like a joke, but it really did exist. Li Yi had never shouted something like that before, but when he was focused on something, it would happen the moment he closed his eyes while sleeping. He had won the Chinese chess championship in elementary school and junior high school. When he was engrossed, he could see the chessboard when he closed his eyes. Most of the time, it was a screen horse versus a river patrol cannon. He liked to use horses. The craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi were in such a state. After the craftsmen finished their meal, Sun Xian led them on a tour. Ma Jian was there too. He had entered Zhuangzi in advance. His donkey had recovered. In theory, the treatment time for acute pneumonia was not up yet. Perhaps the antibiotics were too powerful, or perhaps his baby was stronger. Anyway, the baby had completely recovered. Once he recovered, he always smiled and smiled at everyone. The baby's smile could warm people's hearts. Ma Jian's whole family was happy. If Li Yi did not allow him to kneel, he would have gone to the door and kowtowed. Ma sure was holding her youngest son and feeding him. She just turned her body, slightly. No one blamed her for it. In the Tang dynasty, when a woman was breastfeeding a child, she just had to turn her body to the side when other men were around. Men would take the initiative to look away. This was called etiquette. Feeding a child did not care about the occasion. If the child was hungry, he had to be fed. Ma Dan and Gooden went to school together. Ma Shi's house had not been renovated yet. Ma Jian was thinking about how to do it. He did not lack wood and did not need to buy it himself. As for tools, Ma Jian was pushing a big box at the moment. Below it was a universal wheel. He had been thinking about this wheel for a long time. It was very useful. He treated the tools inside as treasures. Brother Ma, can't you put this in your workshop? No one will steal it. This is a 4th-generation tool. The mother machine has been upgraded. It can be used at any time. What is given to you is yours. You can't lose it. There are even better ones. Sun Xan said to Ma Jian that he had to bring his tools with him wherever he went. It was heavy. Which generation of tools are sold in Luoyang Palace? Ma Jian thought for a moment and let go. Someone pushed his toolbox away. The 7th generation is for ordinary people. Those who are slightly more professional and can reach the level of a quasi-craftsman are allowed to buy the 6th generation tools. Those who have formal documents can buy the 5th generation tools. You belong to the Li family Zhuangzi, the 4th generation, but you can use the 3rd generation tools. After you are familiar with them and divide the work, you can come into contact with the 2nd generation tools. Sun Xan introduced and led a large group of people into the workshop that made steam engine parts. A small steam engine, a steam engine with wheels used for plowing and road transportation. How many parts did it have? Look, the craftsman, who had just passed the examination, seemed to have entered the grand view garden. Ma Jian had seen it a few times and even learned from it, but every time he entered this place he was still in awe. The other craftsmen who had just passed the examination were dazzled. They had never seen a lathe before, and there were so many types of lathes. This was not the mother machine. The mother machine was protected by the craftsmen in Zhuangzi. Ordinary people were not allowed to come into contact with it. Let's put it this way: Baigo, Songjing, Su'er, and Zhang Jiling can't enter. This was because they did not need to see the mother machine. This was a technical problem. Wouldn't it be easier to ask Li Yi? The mother machine's house was alone. There was water around it, like a moat. The craftsman who had just entered Zhuangzi saw the 1st generation of machines. The metal operating platform, the gear structure, lifting equipment, tapping, drawing, cold rolling, hot rolling. The lathe workshop that had spanned thousands of years was like science fiction to the craftsman who had just entered Zhuangzi. It was equivalent to Li Yi's movies. It was normal for planes to fly out at supersonic speed, so it was not science fiction. Science fiction was space jump countdown 10, 9, 8. There were data and perspective drawings on wall. In the eyes of the craftsmen of the Tang dynasty, this was science fiction. Looking at the drawings, they were depressed. They could not understand, not to mention designing it themselves. Even if the drawings were placed there and asked you to draw according to it, you would not be able to draw it. My Dongzhu said that the children do not need to go to school, but they need a simple examination. All the children of the craftsmen in the village have to learn, as long as they can make it. I'll give you a thick metal rod and a set of strong hand files. The children will make a small hammer alone. It does not have any obvious bumps and depressions. Then, the arc of the hammer will be normal. If you can make it, you don't need to go to school. As Sun Xan spoke, he took a small hammer that was next to him. Li Yi was a graduate student's examination at that time. University undergraduate students had a lot of theoretical knowledge. Less than 1% could make a small hammer perfectly. Fortunately, the examination did not need to be perfect. Chapter 2000. Beautiful small hammers were placed there in a pile. There were many craftsmen, so they had to pass them around. Beside them was a set of files, indicating that the hammers were made with files. When the craftsmen saw the files, their eyes lit up. Good stuff. When they looked at the small hammers, they began to frown. The iron rods were placed at the side. The hammers were made with such iron rods, and the tools were a set of files. Cutting, drilling, modifying, grinding, and then polishing. Of course, there were also paper, pencils, rulers, compasses, and other things that could be used for drawing. One end of the small hammers was sharp, while the other end was round. This made it difficult for the craftsmen. It was not difficult for them. They could do it with their hands. If the children did not go to school and wanted to do the same thing, how long would they have to practice? Ma Jian picked up a set of files and touched them. He smiled. They were not as good as the ones in his toolbox. If he had a set of files before coming here, he would be so excited that he would not be able to sleep. Now that he had better ones, the ones he had now were just so. Are you making things difficult for the children? A local craftsman, who was quite prestigious, gathered his courage and asked Sun Xen. He now belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. He had even put his handprint on the Li family Zhuangzi. He could only enter and not leave. He could leave, but he had to die. The older children of the Li family Zhuangzi like to play with making tools. They can make all kinds of tools, and they can even make more beautiful ones. They design, draw the blueprints, measure the iron rods, and slowly process them. Usually they can make it in 3 months. The main thing is that grinding is tiring. There are no other tools, so they rely on the files. Sun Xian was not angry. If there was a problem, then there was a problem. The Li family Zhuangzi was not a tiger's den. No, the Li family Zhuangzi was a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The true dragon was there. Let's go to the school. Sun Xian looked around. There were many people he could not see. There were too many. More than 2,000 people. It was a large area. The Zhuangzi could not fit them all. Most of the people of the Li family Zhuangzi had moved to Luoyang. The planting technicians left by the Ba River led the 16 people who stayed behind and the people from the agriculture temple to plant the greenhouses. The villagers adapted within a day, not for any other reason, but because Dongzhu was here. The place where Dongzhu lived was the Li family Zhuangzi. The children were arranged to attend the Shang school, while the adults were familiar with the terrain. After confirming the location of the surveillance camera, Li Yi exchanged for a better surveillance system. He had a longer lifespan. After capturing a group of people, his lifespan increased by a lot. The craftsmen followed Sun Xan to the school district. There were buildings, sports fields, pastures, pavilions, canals, shallow pools with fine sand, swings, merry-go-rounds, seesaws. There were soccer fields, basketball fields, badminton fields, and billiard fields. Billiards used ivory. Anyway, no one cared about it now, so it was not illegal. The purpose of billiards was to train the child's concentration, angle calculation, and body coordination. There were even glass balls for him to play with. Glass balls had 3 uses in the industry. One was to blow out light bulbs, another was to press cloth, and the last was to be used as a ball sealing component. For example, a one-way valve. If a glass ball was placed inside and water flowed in from one end, the glass ball would be broken and the water would flow through. When the water flowed in from the other side, the glass ball would be pushed to the opening and it would be sealed. The remaining function was to play with glass balls for the children to play with. The opening was also fine. It looked beautiful. The craftsmen went to the school, or rather, the school. The place was too big. One by one, they began to think about sending their children to study. This school was so beautiful. Next to the sports field was a viewing platform with stairs. The craftsmen all sat down, and there were many empty seats. They dared to swear that they had never seen such a school in their lives. They had never dreamed of it. There were many carved words at the door. How much knowledge should there be in the world? And how much knowledge should there be in the world? The former should was should, and the latter should was response. First seen on the mountain path of books. If you want to ascend to heaven, you can see it in books. There are changes in the 4 seasons, and there are changes in the 4 seasons that can defy the heavens. Line after line of words were full of dominance, telling everyone that studying could defy the heavens. The craftsmen saw soccer balls, basketball balls, and pig blisters used as the insides. Thin leather was stuck on the outside. They did not know the concept of school districts, but the school in front of them made them know that people were different from young, especially the craftsmen who were not from Luoyang. In their original lives, their older children had to walk a long distance to study. This was the situation after the Tang dynasty's Chaotian Fund invested money in the school. Otherwise, they would have to stay in the school. It was not that such children could not become promising people. The children were talented and hardworking. They would always be able to stand out. The Li family Zhuangzi who had entered the school had the same talent and hard work. What about the children of other families? It seemed that even if their children learned secret family skills, they should go to school. The children were in class. The curtains on the glass window facing the sun were drawn to block the sunlight. Some of the children in physical education class were on the sports field. They first practiced a set of boxing and then played freely. The children played soccer and chased each other. The indoor physical education class taught some technical movements that required protective measures. The craftsmen took turns to watch. After watching these, they scattered to other teaching buildings. The classrooms in some buildings were made of glass. The top floor was a skylight painting studio. Some had large mirrors. The children had dance classes. There were also music classes. Some people gave lectures and played the guqin and piano. There were also 4 musical instrument buildings. There were a bunch of pianos, guzheng, drums, trumpets, violins, huqin. After walking around, they finally arrived at the handicrafts room. There were also many of them. The children made handicrafts, magnets, copper coils, alcohol lamps, 3 acids, and 2 bases. Stewardson, tomorrow. No, today I will let my child come. The prestigious craftsman kneeled. He did not need to let his child make small hammers anymore. Seeing such teaching, he felt inferior. At the same time, he was glad that he was a farmer of the Li family Zhuangzi, right? When he signed the contract, it was written that he would nurture his child well. Nurturing his child well was uncertain. Feeding him well was also considered nurturing. Who knew how much Zhuangzi would spend on nurturing his child like this? After seeing the workshop, he had to learn. Otherwise, he would not understand. The child is already here. Do you think it's okay if you don't agree? Your words are useless. You don't even understand the workshop. How can you keep it a secret? Sun Xian was not polite. He was the second steward. The moment the craftsmen pressed their handprints, he could not help himself. Good, it's good that he's here. Study hard. If he dares to learn badly, I will beat him to death. The craftsman promised. What right do you have to beat him? The child is Zhuangzi's child, not just yours. If you hurt him, who will treat him? If you kill him, Zhuangzi will lose manpower. These children will be like me in the future to take charge of affairs and manage people. Sun Xian did not give him face. I am the boss now. Are you not convinced? You can't hate your child as you wish. After we nurture him well, we will let him be a steward in the future. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling, the bell rang. The class was over. The children walked out of the classroom and went to the nearest small canteen to eat. It was time for lunch. Chapter 2001. The children's snacks were rolls. There were no fried dough twists with milk. They were the soft kind. That kind of method was used for convenience. Now that there were more people working. Stir-fried vegetables and pancakes. The children could roll whatever they wanted to eat. There was also a tea egg and a small bowl of fungus and carrot bone soup. The children found a place to sit down and eat slowly. They were not in a hurry. It didn't matter if they saw the adults coming. How dare you snatch my rolls? Help spread the word. If there are any children who don't want to go to school, we will allow them to choose freely before they come into contact with too many secrets. Stay or leave. Sun Xian said to the craftsmen around him. When the children began to eat, he asked someone to help roll 2 rolls for him. He didn't eat in the morning. He had been busy. He was so hungry that his stomach was sour. The craftsmen said to each other. The more they spread the word, the more realistic it was. Either listen to them and stay or get lost. Roll me a roll. Don't make it spicy. Don't roll salted vegetables. Ma Sher was also hungry. She had breakfast. She was breastfeeding and carrying the child. Now she was a little hungry. Before lunch, she was hungry when she looked at the rolls. Before she entered the Li family Zhuangzi, it was very embarrassing. After she became a member of the Li family Zhuangzi, she could eat whatever she wanted. Previously, because she didn't have enough breast milk, she gave the baby porridge as a substitute. The baby didn't have enough antibodies, so he got sick. When she was in Li, there was data that showed that the probability of a healthy mother getting sick after breastfeeding was much lower than that of a baby fed with milk powder, no matter how expensive the milk powder was. There were antibodies in breast milk, but not in milk powder. If there were antibodies in milk powder, there would be a problem. Should they feed the virus vaccine? Should they inactivate it? Inactivating it wouldn't work either. Inactivating it didn't kill the virus, but other germs and toxins to preserve the virus. If the virus was killed, could it still produce antibodies? The baby fell asleep. He slept very soundly in his father's arms. Ma Jian was a craftsman. He was muscular. Needless to say, his arms could wrap the baby with just one arm. In fact, he just raised one arm and put the baby on it. It was stable. He didn't even need a baby carrier. His arm was flat. Ma sure could sit on it. Women liked this kind of physique the most. Of course, it wasn't all. Some women liked young men. They liked their little men to put on makeup, draw their eyebrows and draw their eyes, be gentle and weak, have a childish voice, and be obedient and submissive. Generally, such women were tall and sturdy, with a broad heart and a plump body. They had a plump head and a plump face, lush body hair and a rough voice. This kind of man and woman, one was born together. There was no other way. It was normal, and there was no need to discriminate. The other type belonged to the acquired type. The men were mommy's babies, and the women did not know how to exercise and control. Blacksmiths had good physiques, although they couldn't compare to the winged knights or Li Yi, who had deliberately trained. Li Yi mainly trained his explosive power. His muscles looked normal, and they were not the bulky kind. Ma Jian himself did not know that an unmarried woman in charge of making rolls had taken a liking to his body. He carried the baby in one arm, but he was not tired. It's okay for you to eat salted vegetables. You have enough milk. Ma Jian's heart ached for his wife, so he let her eat salted vegetables. He was learning and collecting wood at the same time. Wood was different from wood. If he made something for others, he would make it according to the wood that others gave him. If it were him, he would look at the type of wood, the time it was placed, and the texture. Some of the wood had large boils. Should he remove them or grind them down? Where should he use them? What kind of wood should he match the texture with? This was all knowledge. He couldn't fool his own family, right? Ma sure chewed on a roll I'm eating. Other than the fixed time for me to breastfeed my baby, I work and sweat the rest of the time. Then I drink more bone soup. The salt that is eaten will be expelled. Our family's donkey loves to drink it. His heartbeat and other body reactions are fine. It's fine if there is some salt in the milk. He's not a few months old. Ma sure ate a roll. The other party knew the situation and tried to match the fat, lean, and vegetables well. Some of the children in the Li family Zhuangzi did not like to eat fat. They did not lack fat. Okay, all the plans for Hunan province have been completed. I'm exhausted. It's harder than when I was in the capital. Li Yi tapped on the keyboard for the last time. His body leaned against the back of the chair as if he was about to collapse. Princess Yongmu quickly served him ginseng tea. She liked to see Li Yi working seriously. Li Lang, why do I think it's better than the capital? Princess Yongmu looked at Li Yi's operation and found a problem. Because the rivers here don't freeze in winter. At the same time, it's closer to Haizhou. When Tubo and the later Turks are no longer strategic targets, economic development should be the center. Luoyang is more suitable than Chang, and especially in terms of industrialization, because we need to exit. It's much closer to Luoyang than Chang'an. Li Yi admitted that his plan for Luoyang was better than Chang, and but it did not mean that Hunan province was better than the capital. The capital not only had a water network and public transportation, but also had a breeding industry, especially rabbits and pigs. This was different. The capital had to sell the pigs that they bred when they were involved in the surrounding situation. Li Lang, you are so busy, but others are relaxed. Princess Yongmu felt that the salaries of the other officials should be deducted. As for increasing Li Lang's salary, forget it. How much could it increase? Was it enough for a meal? Actually, they do a lot of work. They are responsible for all the trivial matters. This includes the construction and retreat of the troops after the war with Tubo. The entire northwest is no longer a problem. The next step is to focus on Bohai and then Xinhua. The navy is the most important. The more, the better. It's still far from the saturation level I want. Li Yi thought of the external military deployment and plans from the internal political arrangements. There's indeed no problem. Princess Yongmu thought about it and agreed. The Tang dynasty was stable now. That's right. I can guarantee that the entire southwest region won't. Dongju, something happened. Why are you always raising flags? Su Lu is attacking the border with his cavalry. Zhang Shaosong is requesting battle. The little robot sent a message when Li Yi finished speaking. They are fighting. Don't talk anymore. What? Li Yi was confused. How dare he? Is he tired of living? It's almost winter. Do they want to launch an attack at the beginning of winter? Autumn harvest? A big harvest in autumn? Do they have enough food to support them in a war? Li Yi couldn't understand. Were they crazy? Tubo and the later Turks were crippled. What was the point of the cavalry? Did they think it was the same as when everyone was trying to rope them in? Li Yi didn't understand. The chancellors were even more confused. It shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't they be obedient at such a time? Are they trying to bully the Tang dynasty because they can't fight the winter war? Su Yi was puzzled. What were they doing? Did they not want to live anymore? Who spread the news? Song Jing was more vigilant. Zhang Shaosong. It's him. He didn't come back directly with his men. Instead, he changed his strategic target. Su Er furrowed her brows and said, Chapter 2002. The telegram sent by Zhang Shaosong was more detailed. Su Lu suddenly crossed the border with 20,000 cavalrymen. They didn't attack the city, but only hunted beasts. They wanted to attack a small village with thousands of herdsmen when it was snowing. As a result, the village became a small town. When they saw Su Lu from afar, they hurriedly lit smoke signals and sent telegrams. Huge Stone City and other places immediately sent troops. Su Lu stared at the disguised scouts and found that the situation was not good. He hurriedly ran back to report. As a result, Su Lu ran. He should be wondering how he could see the smoke signals when it was snowing. No, the scouts who were guarding the next place where the smoke signals could be released came back and reported that there was no smoke there. The 20,000 cavalrymen didn't kill a single person. They all abandoned their prey. Otherwise, they were afraid that they couldn't outrun the pursuers. As a result, on the way back, accompanied by rumbling and shouting, they left behind more than 3,000 people to escape. As he walked back, he met Zhang Shaosong, who came back from Tubo and wanted to visit him. Zhang Shaosong's team also had some game. After receiving the telegram, they contacted Huge Stone City and other teams about the situation. After knowing that Su Lu ran here, they buried the explosives in advance and caught Su Lu off guard. He turned around and sent a telegram to the imperial court, asking if they would attack. If they did, he would be able to organize his men. Bai Gu, Su Yi, and the others were analyzing Su Lu's purpose. It was snowing heavily, and the road was not easy to travel. What could he gain? Maybe he ran to the Tang dynasty to look for food because life is not good. Su Yi couldn't think of any other reason. There are no beasts there. Why would he give up what's near and seek what's far away? I think it's a test to see if the Tang dynasty's military strength is empty. Song Jing analyzed that Sometimes taking the initiative to attack might be because of fear. Isn't it better to use scouts? Why would he need 20,000 cavalrymen? Zhang Juling shook his head. Where's Xiao Yi? Bai Gu saw that others had said everything that could be said. He didn't have any other ideas, so he asked where the key person was. She's here. Li Yi pushed a small robot in. From his face, he didn't look very happy. We won the battle. More than 400 were killed, and more than 2,700 were captured. There were also some horses that were frightened. Bai Gu could only think on the bright side. Su Lu was at a disadvantage. 3,000 was not a small number, and the relationship between the Abbasid Caliphate and Su Lu was one of mutual benefit. Once Su Lu's strength decreased, the Abbasid Caliphate would attack. It's normal for him to win. It's not normal for Su Lu to come. What was he trying to do? Now that Tubo was stable, he would not give him any more benefits. The salary that the Tang dynasty used to pay him had also been stopped, as well as military funds. The cavalry he led should be. Could it be that they have internal problems, and he wants to win a battle to consolidate his ruling position? Li Yi thought of a possibility. There were no spies there, so he could only guess. Brother Yi, Zhang Shaosong requests for a fight. Li Longji was considering the question at hand. Should he fight or not? Go back and rest. The soldiers have done meritorious deeds. Some of them have not been home for a long time, and their families miss them. Li Yi waved his hand. He did not want to fight. It was cold and tiring to go there in the middle of winter. He touched the little robot's head. Tell Zhang Shaosong that we will not fight this year. Send 2 steam engines to him and see if they are useful. After the Yellow River freezes, walk on the ice and head north, then west. Continue to plant the local cotton. Next year, see if we can send them sunflowers that produce more oil. Also, plant a large number of sugar beets. We can extract sugar and make rock sugar. It will take some effort. In the future, the Tang dynasty's demand for oil and sugar will increase greatly, including preserved fruits and edible watermelon seeds. As Li Yi spoke, the little robot sent out the report rhythmically. The speed could not be fast, otherwise the person receiving the report would not be able to handle it. The telegraph machine is too amazing. How did Li Yi come up with it? On the other side, Zhang Shaosong, who had won the battle, carefully touched the telegraph machine. Treasure. With this thing, they could run away as they wished and ambush as they wished. Hundreds and thousands of miles apart, he could contact them in an instant. The winged knights received the signal and wrote down the numbers. The person next to him translated. Zhang Xiaosong soldiers were bandaging, suturing, and disinfecting the wounded of the assault cavalry. The dead were dug and buried, and the living were part of the labor force. Snow fell from the sky, and the people in the village came out to help. We want the weapons and clothes of the dead commandos, and the dead commandos everything. In winter, leather boots, leather clothes, and hats were all good things. After cleaning, they were added salt. In fact, the pH balance was broken, and then the precipitation was salt. If the amount was small, there was no good way to deal with it. If the amount was large, they could deal with it together, and it would be the same as new. As for the saying that the dead people's things were unlucky, there was no such thing as long as they could be used. There were also dead horses. Horse meat could be eaten, and horses were even better things. This was divided among the soldiers, and the local people helped to clean up. At first, when they saw a large group of cavalry gradually appear in the snow, they were scared and afraid that they could not hold on. The beacon light was a psychological comfort, but in fact, they knew that other places could not see it. The winged knights that came over said to send a telegram. Drip, drip, drip. The main forces of various places began to gather and charge over. They had already prepared the water. If the ice was frozen, they would melt it instead of boiling it. If Su Lu brought people to attack the city, they would pour water and mix it with snow. It would be difficult to walk. When the snow stopped, it would freeze. Come, attack the city. We're not prepared to go out, so we will stay in the city and think of a way to remove the ice when the main forces arrive." Then the Wing Knights said that Zhang Shaosong was not far away and could provide support at any time. When the main forces arrived, Su Lu might run. Sure enough, Su Lu's army ran away and was ambushed by the war god on the way. "Li Dongzhu, you can't fight. Quickly bring the soldiers home. Su Lu probably won't dare to come again. When he saw you, he was not convinced, and his people were afraid." Li Dongzhu also said that he would send 2 steam engines for us to see if they are useful. They are mainly used to dig wells. They are quite expensive and don't need to plow. We have many horses, so we can plow once we harness them. Jia Guoxing, the person in charge of the Winged Knights, translated the contents of the telegram to Zhang Shaosong and told him to stop fighting. "Go home and rest. See where you need water. If there is no river nearby, you can dig wells." Getting soil was also good. Digging wells with a steam engine, you can save a lot of effort. "I want to learn telegraphy. Give me a few telegraph machines. I have a lot of use for them." Zhang Shaosong did not object to Li Yi's arrangement. If he did not want to fight, then so be it. If he sent troops now, it would cause Su Lu to suffer more losses. But his own people would also be in danger. If there was a sudden heavy snow and his troops ran to other people's territory and got trapped, maybe I will contact Li Dongzhu. Jia Guoxing nodded. It was not easy for him to make a decision. He had to ask, even if Zhang Xiaosong's position was very high. Some of the other people who were packing up came over and stood there to listen. They listened to the sound of the telegram. This thing represented stability. With it, news would spread quickly. Chapter 2003. The children asked the adults to drag the dead horse to the telegraph machine. There was a temporary shed here. They listened to the movement while dissecting the horse meat with a knife. They cut it into pieces the size of ping-pong balls, but they were not round. When they went back, they would wrap it in horse meat and skewer it when they got home. They were actually in class when Su Lu came. With so many people, they were not in the mood to study and had to prepare for battle. If the city fell, they would be captured as slaves and live a life worse than death. They did not understand the principle, but they knew that it was made by Li Dongzhu. Their lives were good now. Raisins could be sold for money, and it was easy to make. After ripening, they would be hung in a place where the sun could not reach and dried in the shade. There was also wine. With gauze filtration, it could be fermented once and twice. It could be stored in jars and sold for a lot of money. Now that there was a good thing to quickly transmit information, they would not be afraid of Su Lu in the future. After Jia Guoxing finished translating, a child came over with a piece of meat with bloody hands. "Uncle, do you eat meat? It's still warm. It's not cold at all." Jia Guoxing, he hesitated for just a second, and opened his mouth. "Thank you." "Ah." The child happily stuffed the meat into his mouth. He chewed hard. It was not delicious. Not delicious did not mean that it could not be eaten. It was normal for Winged Knights to eat this. He was also part of the first batch. It was a blessing to have meat to eat and be familiar with things. "Do you want salt? It's a bit fishy and hard to swallow, but it's hot." The child rubbed his hands on the snow, shook his hands, and took out a small bamboo tube from his small pocket. There was salt inside the tube. "No, this is fine. I'll wait for everyone to eat together." Jia Guoxing wanted to eat cooked food. He could eat raw food, but it did not mean that he liked it. It was like not being afraid of death in a war, but it did not mean that he wanted to die. The child nodded. "I know you don't want to eat raw food. Actually, I like to eat cooked food too. I came to you to ask for your help. Tell Brother Dongzhu. Tell him that my name is Perunyahan. I thank him. I will thank him with the other partners." "Okay." Jia Guoxing was slightly stunned. He then began to read the words. "As long as we have enough mobile troops, it doesn't matter whether we attack or defend. When we fight, it's about the mobilization of troops. If Su Lu still came to fight, it meant that there was a serious internal problem. I feel that he should go and attack the white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate. That place is easier to fight, and there's no need to ally with them. There's nothing embarrassing about attacking them now. The Tang dynasty has given him so many benefits, but he doesn't know how to be grateful. He thinks that his position is worth others to rope him in. A large map was projected on the wall. Li Yi used a small stick to mark out the location. There was also a weather report beside it. It was not easy to fight in the local area. Su Lu had fought once, and it was snowing heavily. It was impossible for him to come again, even if he did not lose any troops. Dongzhu, there is a child named Perignahan. He said that he and his companions, thank you. The little robot in charge of the projection spoke. Arrange for people to send the skincare cream there. Zhuangzi doesn't need to pay for it. Zhuangzi and Chang, and will pay for it. Find a businessman to send it. Li Yi paused for a moment. Then he continued to point the map. After we plant a large amount of cotton, the Tang dynasty will be able to digest the demand. We don't have enough people to pick the cotton, so we can find a way to hire people from the western regions. Regardless of age, gender, or age, as long as they participate, they will be able to earn money or exchange things. Set up shacks in the local area for them to live in. Encourage businessmen to buy slaves. Then, at the cotton production area, I'm preparing to establish a handicraft industry. Old Bai, why are you sticking so close to me? You're blocking me. The imperial court will cooperate with me to establish a handicraft industry, labor-intensive industrial zone. Businessmen buying slaves doesn't mean that they will participate in the industry because it's too far away and difficult to manage. Once the businessmen have established a handicraft industry in the local area, there will be people who will betray the Tang dynasty for money. We'll only buy the slaves provided by the businessmen, and then tell the slaves how many points they need to earn before they can become free people. Li Yi explained his follow-up arrangements. Just like the original Southwest barbarians, the Southwest barbarians had once strived for freedom, but now the Southwest barbarians no longer wanted their freedom. They felt that points were rather useless. Instead of gaining freedom and living on their own outside, they might as well be captives of the Li family Zhuangzi. If the children studied well, they could be stewards in the future. As long as they didn't come into contact with too many Zhuangzi's technological secrets, they could even become officials of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi's purpose was to attract people to pick cotton and then settle down in the local area. Slaves had a transition period, but free people didn't. When the local area became prosperous, they could build bigger cities and expand their military forces. After speaking, Li Yi left to rest. He needed to relax. He had finally finished his work. He wanted to find a swimming pool to drink beer and eat meat skewers. He didn't want the big ones. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to drink when he was full. Tell Zhang Shaosong to, why did you leave? Song Jing had an idea and told the little robots. In the end, except for one robot that stayed beside Li Longji and one in front of Li Dan, the others all left. I'm out of battery. I need to charge it. It's so cold in the house. I need to bask in the sun. I haven't eaten lunch yet. It's so pitiful. The little robots found excuses to leave. They didn't need to find excuses. If they wanted to leave, who could stop them? They just wanted to talk. The ministers could use the little robots to find Li Yi, but they couldn't let the little robots do anything else, unless it was in a state of service such as delivering food. Why can't the war stop? Li Dan watched several little robots leave and push the little robot in front of her to the side to sit down. Everyone now knew the battery situation of the little robots. They couldn't use too much of it to charge. The little robots consumed the most power when they walked, so when they saw the little robots, if they weren't basking in the sun to charge, they could push them. The little robots could even chat with you. If you had something heavy to carry, you could put it in the drawer of the little robot's body or on its head. It was easier to push than to carry. When the little robots were not powered by themselves, others could also charge them when they pushed them. There are quarrels between husband and wife. Neighbors need to be maintained. Villages are villages, counties are counties. Everyone is competing, and then there are conflicts. Noble consort Lu explained the relationship between each other from the lowest level of thinking. Between people, the children's studies had to be compared. Who made more money had to be compared. Then there were fights. For example, they were all pulling feet. From Luoyang City to Li Family Zhuangzi, 25 miles. Some others carried burdens, some pushed carts, and some animals pulled carts. They were all carrying burdens. Everyone agreed on 10 coins, and you couldn't do 8 coins. There were such contradictions in life, let alone between countries. The struggle had never stopped. Chapter 2004. Yellow? Black? Is there a conflict between them because they lost the war against the Tang dynasty? Li Yi returned to his place and ate skewers while drinking beer. His mind was filled with the purpose of Su Lu's cavalry. If there was no city and it wasn't the cold winter, the 20,000 cavalry could indeed cause damage to the nomadic tribes there. Usually they would kill some of the people who resisted and take the rest as slaves. If there was a city and the cavalry didn't bring siege weapons, how could they climb up in the snow? Li Yi tried to imagine himself as Su Lu. If he was in Su Lu's position, he wouldn't have any troubles and thoughts. Li Yi couldn't figure it out. In history, Su Lu joined forces with the Abbasid Caliphate and Tubo to attack the Tang dynasty, but was defeated. That didn't mean there would be any problems. Su Lu's position was still stable. Later, he married the princesses of Tubo, Abbasid Caliphate, and Tang dynasty. He was addicted to beauty, just like Li Longji. However, the Tang dynasty princess that Su Lu married had the surname Ashina. She was the one who beat Su Lu up, but she wasn't his daughter. In theory, Su Lu should continue to live a good life. Why would he be scared away in the winter? The snow was fierce. What if he got lost and couldn't return home? In history, he wasn't worried when he lost, but now he was worried. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan accompanied Li Yi and listened to Li Yi's muttering. There was also a group of female special operations team and burly bodyguards around them. Princess Yongmu was in charge of grilling skewers. She grilled a bunch of small skewers. If there were too few skewers, she couldn't grill them. After grilling a bunch of skewers, Xiao Lan distributed them to the bodyguards. If Princess Yongmu wasn't here, Xiao Lan would call the bodyguards over to eat. Her status was high, so she didn't have to deliver the food personally. With Princess Yongmu around, her status was low. She said that the food was given by Princess Yongmu. Li Lang, when are you going to promote chili? You're still limiting the price. Princess Yongmu grabbed some chili powder and sprinkled it on the skewers on the grill. She used to eat it with a dip. At first, Li Yi had exchange for it, and it tasted very good. Now, Princess Yongmu was starting to be wasteful. She directly threw it on top of her head. She knew exactly how many kinds of chili there were. You won't die if you don't eat chili. Besides, the chili used for medicine is very cheap. It's basically free. 3 yuan for a caddy of chili powder. It's very spicy. A caddy of chili powder is enough for you to use for a long time. In terms of business, once you reduce the price, the people who bought before will not be happy. Instead, they will feel that they have suffered a loss. Just like when Tianlan Xiang Pavilion, they only bought things. It's because you know my identity. Li Yi still didn't let go of the chili seeds. He let go of the carrots because carrots were beneficial to the human body. Regardless of age, as long as there were no special diseases, people could eat carrots and get the nutrients they needed from the seeds. This was especially true for children who had just started teething. Babies needed to grind their teeth, try to bite things and grab things with their small hands. For example, it was very painful to scratch an adult's face. Then they would bite their own fingers. They needed to scratch and bite again to get used to their strength and senses. At this time, it was most suitable to cut a carrot stick and let the baby bite it. There wouldn't be any problems if they bit it. If they really bit it, they could just eat it. It wasn't poisonous. Therefore, after Li Yi made money once, he let out the carrots and gave them to people who were willing to plant them. This included Hunan province, where the seeds could be kept. They were different from green onions. Green onions were also kept for 2 years in the north and weren't afraid of the cold. Carrots couldn't survive the snowy winter. Green onions and wheat stubbornly survived. But carrots were frozen to death. As for chili powder, the medicinal ingredients were set aside. The other ingredients were still expensive. Medicine shops and medical centers didn't dare to sell chili powder casually. They bought it from the Li family Zhuangzi at a cheaper price. It was like arsenic. Medicine shops sold it casually. They would know if it worked after trying it. Li Lang, it's just that some people are used to some situations and can adapt to the sudden change, right? Princess Yongmu finished roasting a bunch of meat skewers. She placed them on a plate and was about to bring them to the guard. Give it to me, give it to me. Put it on my head. I'll open up the round top and make it flat. The small robot had been motionless and silent like a decoration. But when Princess Yongmu moved, it reacted. Princess Yongmu placed the meat skewers on the robot and took a bite off a bit of the meat skewers. Li Lang, when I was in the prince's residence, I always heard that someone's benefits were cancelled, including mine. When there was benefits, it was better. When the benefits were cancelled, I was afraid. I wasn't the only one who was afraid. The other servants were also afraid. Xiaolan was afraid, but she always told me that she wasn't. Princess Yongmu looked at Xiaolan as she spoke. Xiaolan was chatting with someone. She had to manage many people. When it was time to play tricks, she would play tricks. Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu. He raised his wine cup and took a big gulp. Sigh. Su Lu didn't get any benefits from the Tang dynasty. The winter was hard, and Tubo wouldn't give him any benefits. What can the Abbasid Caliphate give? Li Yi sighed. Princess Yongmu was amazing. She actually thought of this. Su Lu was made an official by the Abbasid Caliphate, Tubo, and Tang dynasty. Not only did he have his own salary, but he also had to pay the soldiers. He immediately understood that Su Lu didn't just get benefits after losing a war. In history, when Su Lu lost, he continued to enjoy the benefits from the three factions. Now that the Tang dynasty didn't give him any benefits, why should I give you benefits? Tubo didn't give him any benefits. I'm already like this. Why should I give you benefits? If you have the ability, you can hit me. I lost the source of the Yellow River. If you hit me, it's the same as attacking the Tang dynasty. If Su Lu lost something, how could he survive the winter? More importantly, he was beaten by Zhang Shaosong again and suffered heavy losses. Not many people died. But what about the provisions that were burned? There were so many people to feed. If they weren't careful, the Huang and Black clans might have differences and start fighting. Just like in history, Su Lu was killed by the Huang clans in the end. Then, when there might be internal problems, Su Lu wanted to use a small victory to stabilize the morale of the army. There was nothing wrong with that. Especially, send a report to Zhang Shaosong. Ask him which surname of the several hundred people who were killed and the 2,000 people who were captured belonged to. Li Yi thought and found a problem. He remembered that when Yang Guang fought Goguryeo, he had sent many people. Those people were actually from the various large clans. Those large clans wanted to trap Yang Guang, and Yang Guang sent their people to their deaths. Then, those large clans took care of Yang Guang, including Li Yuan. However, he wasn't the largest clan back then. Where did the largest clan go? Fighting Goguryeo. Then now, when Su Lu attacked the Tang dynasty, were the people killed and captured his black clansmen, or the Huang clansmen of other clansmen? The knack for this was deep. The little robot quickly sent the telegram and said to Li Yi, "Why are you in such a hurry to fight against your own family?" "Yes, Wanan." Li Yi sighed. He knew that the little robot was not talking about the 7-step poem, but the one written by old Zhou. Chapter 2005. I'll grill some fat clams for you. I've been keeping them on the yacht. Li Yi poked Princess Yongmu's nose. This girl is not easy to deal with. She sees things very clearly, but she doesn't talk much, especially when it comes to politics and military matters. I want to cook it. Add some salt. Princess Yongmu shook her head twice. So Li Yi found a pot and started cooking. This thing cooked very quickly. Before the clams were cooked, Zhang Xiaosong sent a telegram back. Only a few dead and captured people had the surname Black. Most of the others had the surname Huang and some other surnames. Brilliant, really brilliant. Li Yi expressed his admiration. Su Lu's methods were good. If he won, his prestige would increase. If he lost, the people who died would not be his people. It's also possible that he wants to attack the Abbasid Caliphate, and some people inside want to take the opportunity to join the Tang dynasty. If he attacks the Tang dynasty first, those who want to join him will be in trouble. If he turns around and attacks the Abbasid Caliphate, the people behind him won't dare to secretly join the Tang dynasty. After all, they have just fought a war. Xiao Lan came back after sending the items, understood the situation, and gave her opinion. The clams are ready. Eat. Li Yi took out the clams and picked out a fat and tender piece of meat for Princess Yongmu, and then for Xiao Lan. If he wants to attack the Abbasid Caliphate, should we attack him from behind? Li Yi asked after feeding them. No, let him fight. Let him act big. If he finds out that the Abbasid Caliphate is the easiest to attack, he will attack them. If we attack him, he will lose a lot and might go crazy. Then he will attack us regardless of the cost. Our soldiers need to rest for a while so that they can have proper balance. Princess Yongmu gave her own considerations. They can't fight. Li nodded. Yes, my Wen Tian and Xiaolan are getting more and more powerful. Not long after, Zhang Xiaosong sent back news that confirmed Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan's guess. The people who were captured said that some people in the Tukishur were afraid and wanted to seek refuge with the Tang dynasty. Some people wanted to stay further away from the Tang dynasty and fight in the cavalry. Su Lu had actually come over to take a look at the situation. If he could fight, he would fight. In the end, for some reason, how did the smoke spread? When the main force came over, they were ambushed by Zhang Xiaosong again when they retreated. Now that everyone was clear, they could be at ease. There would definitely not be another war this year, unless Su Lu was tired of living. The locals thought the same. They returned to the city. The horses and sheep were all in the city. There were many haystacks, silage made in the summer, hay harvested in the autumn, and so on. Because they had good tools, the sickles were issued by the court, and the silage ponds were covered with cement. There were also many wells. If they were placed in the house, they would be warm and wouldn't freeze. In addition to the stored food and dried meat, when the weather was good, they would go out to graze. When the weather was bad, they would stay in the city. The excrement of the livestock was specially processed and used for farming next year. You know what? We are all men. But when I see you, I still feel that I need to be protected. You are too strong. Child Piranugan sat in front of Jia, Ging on a sled. The weight of riding a horse was different from a horse-drawn sled. Their people knew how to be strong from a young age. When they see adults working, they must follow. Otherwise, they would be beaten. Most importantly, other children were the same. There was no difference. Living in this kind of environment, they would naturally adapt. Many times they thought they were real men and could also kill enemies. For example, if the enemy attacked the city, would throwing a fist-sized rock be useful? Would the arrows they used to shoot rabbits kill people? But when they met Zhang Xiaosong soldiers and saw the winged knights, the children developed a sense of dependence. Dongzhi replied with a telegram saying that he will give you benefits. Next year, there will be more powerful things to help you farm. This winter, you will have a good time because His Majesty is in Hunan province. There are enough resources around. The things sent by the governor are relatively few, and the extra things will be distributed to other places. Jia Guiying knew the importance of Piranugan's thanks. It proved that the local people were educating their children. With this kind of education, the local people who also had a Turkic surname would not betray them in the future. For them, Dongzhi would definitely give them more benefits. This winter, there would be no shortage of soap, hand cream, and so on. In addition, There would be a lot of snacks for the children. There were no poultry here, and there were no eggs, unless they were wild eggs. Then, there should be a large number of spoiled and salted eggs. As for fresh eggs, they had a short shelf life and were easy to break on the road. Let's see how to transport them. The group entered the city. The area of the city was very large. Everyone had to leave behind horse pens and sheep pens. In the past, their sheep pens were made of wood and had straw mats on top. When there was heavy snow, it was likely to collapse. In winter, it was normal for people and sheep to freeze to death. This summer, they would build the city together. The people sent later helped. The main frames of the sheep pens and stables were made of concrete. Wood and straw mats were placed on top. Even if there was heavy snow, they would not collapse. A fire tunnel was built inside. If it was too cold, it would burn for 2 hours. The sheep could use this temperature to successfully keep warm. The dead enemies were buried by the captives. They did not take anything away, including shoes, hats, and so on. The injured captives received simple treatment. The other captives were not tied up. They just did not have their weapons. They were very obedient. They did not dare to take other people's weapons. That was purely seeking death. Being a captive did not mean that they would be killed. The people in the city were happy to make bonfires and eat skewers and barbecued meat. The horse bones with meat were stewed in a big pot. According to what was written in the newspaper, some mushrooms, vegetables, fungus were dried in the sun and in the shade. Now, the dried vegetables were taken out and placed in the stew. They even had a big pottery vat to make pickled vegetables. The vat was brushed clean. The cabbage was not washed. The roots were cut off. The outer stem was broken off and placed in the vat. Salt was added. Finally, a big stone was placed on top with boiling water. A lot of salt was used. After pickling, there was no salty taste. In the past, the locals did not want to live a better life. They really did not have anything. How many families could take out a big vat? There was also a big iron pot. A good life was built by piling up material things, like a child coming back, wearing clothes, washing his hands with warm water, rubbing soap, and finally applying some hand cream. The whole set of actions, when the child did it, had a sense of sacredness. His hands really did not split. When the food was almost ready and ready to eat, the horse milk wine was also taken out. Today was a festival. Hundreds of people were killed. More than 2,000 people were captured. There were also many horses. The key point was that the city was easy to use. The enemy did not bring siege equipment and could not climb up at all. As for shooting arrows up from below the city, you guys would be exhausted. I built a straw shed on the city wall. You guys can shoot. What? Fire rockets? I poured water on the straw shed. There was another telegraph. Oh my God! After ticking, the news spread far and wide. With this thing, there was no need to be afraid that the enemy would not be able to send out the news. Chapter 2006. There's more fennel and salt now, so the meat doesn't taste so fishy. We also know how to marinate the meat before roasting it. The child Perunyahin found Jagoashin and sat down next to him to talk. Now that everyone knows that your city is at the forefront, your city will be in danger the next time there's a battle. The enemy will bring siege weapons. Jagoashin suddenly said something else and looked at Perunyahin. Perunyahin curled his lips. If you can think of it, how can Brother Dongju not think of it? We don't have enough people and can't stop them. Brother Dongju will send people to help. You're smart. Jagoashin took a sip of the horse milk wine. Horse milk wine was brewed normally. Even now, the Li family Zhuangzi hadn't released the distillation technology because it involved toilet water and perfume. The perfume of Wen Tianlan Pavilion was better than all the perfume on the market. The sperm whale contributed some fixative, so a little bit was enough. Distillation was just distilling wine in daily life. Couldn't you live without distillation? These things always maintained the income of the Li family Zhuangzi. Petroleum was obtained through distillation to obtain kerosene, gasoline, and diesel. However, The current horse milk wine had a high alcohol content because it was made with good tools. The alcohol content of beer was more than 3%. Some people would get drunk after drinking 2 bottles. The malt content wasn't the alcohol content. The 11% malt content referred to the sugar content. The current horse milk wine was 15% or 16%. It was much more powerful than Li's de Wusu beer. Perunyahin also took a sip of the horse milk wine and said with a comfortable expression, "Anda said that Brother Dongzhu will send people to build a bigger city here and then send people to plant and breed crops. We still have to continue to trade with other places through the roads on the ground. Our tea leaves and silk are all quite valuable. If we survive this winter, we'll be fine next year. Brother Dongzhu is more anxious than anyone else. Brother Dongzhu has us in his heart. He won't let us be exposed to danger. Even if God wants to kill us, Brother Dongzhu will tie us up and hold up the concrete roof." After Piranukin finished speaking, he looked around and took out a small clay jar tied with a straw rope. He carefully opened it and removed the lid. Inside was chili powder, the kind that was very fragmented. "Here, you can dip it in." In autumn, there were merchants coming over. Everyone else was in the same place. But there was one merchant who ran very far away. He said that he wanted to look for a mine or something. If he found it, he would be rich. He had gone too far. He hadn't found the mine, but the wolf had found him. The 4 of them were too bold. Furthermore, they were foreign horses. When faced with 11 wolves, foreign horses did not dare to move. Then we met a flock of sheep here. My friends and I herded the sheep. 2 of our dogs were bitten to death. We killed 8 wolves at once, including the Wolf King. The 2 dogs that were bitten to death were the ones that bit the Wolf King. Later on, the wolves that ran away were specifically looked for by our people here. After finding them, we killed them without waiting for them to take revenge. The merchants gave us some chili powder, and they continued to trade with Sulu and the Abbasid Caliphate. Perunyahin explained the situation and how he got the chili powder. "Oh, I don't want to eat it. When I go back, I will have a lot of chili powder. You can eat it." 2 loyal dogs died. Jia Guixin looked at the chili powder and felt sorry for the children. This meant that there were many dogs. Then, the children herded the sheep on horseback. Their horses were not afraid of wolves when they had a master. The children used bows and arrows to hunt wolves. It was not easy to get the chili powder, but they could not eat it themselves. "I want you to tell Brother Dongzhu that someone has opened up the trade route. We couldn't get through before," Perunyahin said with a helpless expression, as if he expected better from Jia Guixin. Translation: How did you become the Winged Knights? Why are you so stupid? Did I say chili powder? I can even talk with Brother Dongzhu. Can't I ask him for chili powder? Am I drunk? Jia Guixin quickly put down his things and turned on his telegraph machine to send a telegram. "Don't you all know the situation? Eat, I'll cook some more." Before Li Yi received the telegram, he was talking to a group of officials. Everyone sorted out their thoughts and began to look for opportunities. As they searched, they found Li Yi. Xiao Lan was quite unhappy, but she did not show it. When the officials came, she became a maid again. Even if Li Yi asked her to sit, she felt that the officials did not take her seriously. Xiao Yi, the reason why Huge Stone City and Sueya City are always attacked is because they have cities. Now, the outermost cities have fewer people and are bigger. Yao Chong was the first to speak. He was very concerned about the situation there. Find the Ministry of War. Do as they say. The Winged Knights can only send telegrams. The 16 soldiers can't be moved. Didn't the soldiers who attacked Tubo come back? Let them guard the home. Send those who stayed behind. At most, I can give them things. If they leave from Chang'an, bring the steam engine and other supplies. Li Yi said clearly, "Don't look for me. The handicraft industry has already cooperated with the Ministry of Revenue. You can just ask the local generals about the deployment of the army there. You ask me, How can I know the specific situation? There are so many generals. Aren't they better than me? Song Jing said with a thoughtful expression. Xiao Yi, since Sulu is willing to fight the white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate, can we release the captives and give them some baggage? Why should we? Li Yi retorted. They make mistakes occasionally, so we should forgive them. Song Jing found a reason. Are you forgiving them for those who died fighting Sulu? If they surrender, I will forgive them. I believe that those who died are also willing to see a large piece of land belong to the Tang dynasty. They have come to fight on their own initiative many times. They take advantage of the benefits, and I will spoil them. Old Song, how about this? Tomorrow we will go to the cemetery of martyrs. You will keep watch at night and ask them if it is okay. Li Yi thought of a way. Come on, Old Song, go to the cemetery of martyrs and convince yourself in the middle of the night. Anyway, I can't do it. I am an atheist, and I am afraid. What I want to say is repay evil with good. How should I repay good? Song Jing compromised. He was even more afraid. Brother, Yi, do you want to bring the captives back to the place that Zhuangzi arranged for you? Li Longji never intended to give Sulu anything else. He was just a plaything that could not be tamed. No, exchange with Sulu. They send over slaves. 2 slaves in exchange for one of their people. 100 at a time, randomly selected. Food and weapons can be exchanged. The white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate slaves will be sent to Luoyang. I want to repair the bridges and roads. Li Yi suggested a way. They did not need the captives of the Abbasid Caliphate as slaves. Everyone frowned. Baigu reacted quickly. This plan is too vicious, but I like it. I agree. This is a good idea. Zhang Juling added. Force Sulu to attack the white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate crazily and capture them alive. Otherwise, there will be internal strife. If he does not capture the white-clothed Abbasid Caliphate as slaves, he is not willing to save his own people. He had thought it through, and this was only the first step. Chapter 2007. Li Longji kept nodding happily as he listened to everyone's discussion. That's more like it. Don't keep asking my son-in-law for money. Sulu is in trouble. He probably didn't expect the consequences of coming here to fight the Tang dynasty. He has his own schemes and schemes. But my Tang dynasty is also full of schemes and schemes. I can't possibly let you come here for nothing. Li Longji was in a good mood. He sat down and took a big gulp of beer, feeling refreshed all over. He knew what would happen next. The captured cavalrymen, surnamed Huang, were not stupid. As long as he told them that they had been sold by Sulu, they would not be grateful to Sulu even if they were traded back. Moreover, when Sulu went to fight the Abbasid Caliphate, he allowed 2 slaves to trade for 1 captive, and he also allowed the slaves to trade for other things. The Huangs wanted to trade for their own people, but the Heis thought the things were important, so they traded for the captured Huangs instead. What other strategy could be more effective than causing internal strife among the enemy? It's the root of the problem. Yi said what Li Longji was thinking and looked at Li Yi. Li Yi and Yi looked at each other. What? Dr. Li, do you know where the root of the problem came from? Yi asked. Li Yi curled his lips. I don't know. It's not like I'm taking the imperial examinations next year. Oh, right. The imperial examinations next year will be the Analects of Confucius. Yi was also looking for a drink. Whatever Kong Zhongni said, his descendants have actually done it before. Li Yi curled his lips again. He knew the history. After the Kong consortium split up, it was because of internal strife in order to survive. But later on, there was a need to pacify the people, so some excerpts of the Analects of Confucius were included in the textbooks again. The textbooks couldn't always say that the people do not fear death, so why fear death? Or when an ordinary man gets angry, blood splatters 5 steps away, right? In that case, Sulu's problem has been resolved. Song Jing was slightly relieved when he thought about the stability of the border. Dongzhu, telegram. Jia, Gue reports that Perunyahin has brought out chili powder. The little robot next to him suddenly made a sound. It had received the telegram again. The receiver of the telegram had just finished writing all the numbers. Before he could check the words, it had already finished translating. Li Yi glanced at Song Jing and said to Li Longji, "Third brother, send someone to find out. We must control the smuggling channel." "Okay," Li Longji replied. Gao Lisher picked up the walkie-talkie and took a few steps back to make arrangements. When it came to the types and quantities of smuggled goods, chili powder and toilet water were not a problem. Metals, herbs, and food, it all depended on the situation. Xiao Yi stopped the smuggling. Smuggling showed that there was profit to be made on both sides. Why would the Tang dynasty need money now? As soon as Baigu heard about smuggling, he was annoyed. The other party got the goods and could ease the tension. The profits from smuggling were dispensable to the Tang dynasty. Information, Yao Chong said. If the smugglers didn't go, the spies would definitely be found out. The Tang dynasty didn't know anything about the commandos. When the businessmen went there, they would look and listen during the process of contact and report local matters. Don't give them basic necessities. If they are willing to eat chili powder, sell more. Zhang Juling suggested. If they didn't give them iron, they would give them kerosene lamps. Could iron bicycles be ridden there? If they wanted to drink hot water at any time in winter, a thermos was a good choice. I will provide a few sets of equipment. Our people will take them. There is no need to specifically inquire and record. Just stroll along the way. When we come back, I will take out the memory and use the computer to analyze the key images and what others said. In addition, send people to look carefully. The risk to our people is small. No one likes businessmen to ask questions that they shouldn't ask. Li Yi said that he had a pinhole camera. It was simple to generate electricity. It could generate electricity when walking, and it could also be charged by shaking it before going to bed at night. Where there were people, there was a market. Even in the concentration camps, the currency used to be cigarettes. There were many people in the commandos. They traded among themselves. The spies disguised as businessmen strolled around and recorded the situation. Or they didn't pretend to be businessmen like Yu Huaid. They used to do a lot of trade. At the same time, they also inquired about information and bought back the captured Tang dynasty people. It was because of what they had done in the past that they were able to get enough opportunities for cooperation. Every captured Tang dynasty person was a disgrace to the Tang dynasty. No matter what method was used, they were saved. Then, compensation was given. As for revenge, it had already been done. Now, no captured Tang dynasty person could be found in Tubo. Most of the troops had already arrived at the city. After that, the winged knights went to live in Princess Jincheng's palace. Under such circumstances, if there were still Tang dynasty slaves, it would be a joke. Who should we send? Yu Huaid and the others? Li Longji asked. He wanted to attack Yu Huaid before. Yu Huaid was too much. He didn't put Brother Yi in his eyes. However, before he could do anything, Yu Huaid could hardly move in Chang. He couldn't even enter Pyongkong Square. That was then. Now, Pyongkong Square? If he hid and didn't get beaten to death by the people, he would starve to death. Later, he changed. He helped Brother Yi cheat people and went outside to smuggle for the country. Li Longji didn't remember other businessmen, and he didn't want to see them. Yu Huaid should be here. Ask him if he's willing. Let him introduce people. He's now. Li Yi didn't plan to ask Yu Huaid and the others to do it personally. On the third floor of Drunken Immortal Restaurant, the little robot provided information at the critical moment. They ran in all directions. When others saw them, they would push them. Yu Huaid pushed 2 of them today. Invite him over. Li knew that there was no time to lose and quickly did it. Not long after, Yu Huaid ran over with sweat all over his forehead. He was originally chubby, but now he looked a little thin because of the exercise. Greetings, county magistrate, ministers, and inspectors. Yu Huaid greeted them and bowed to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. The two of them bowed back. Sit, Li Longji ordered. Thank you, County Magistrate. Yu Huaid sat next to Li Yi, just half of his butt. It was convenient for him to get up at any time. Old Yu, there's such a thing. Li Yi explained the situation and finally asked, Does anyone have a choice? Li Dongzhu, we have children in our families. Although they are allowed to take the imperial examination, they don't want to do it. However, there are people whose ambitions do not lie in this. They prefer to do business. Yu Huaid was worried about the people in his family. If he introduced the wrong person and delayed the Tang dynasty's national affairs, wouldn't he be a sinner? Did they follow? Li Yi asked. In Chang'an, Yu Huaid replied. Call them and tell them to prepare first. I'll send some things over by train. Li Yi didn't ask if Yu Huaid was safe or not. If Yu Huaid was worried, he didn't dare to introduce him. Yu Huaid happily went to make the call. His family had a chance. In the future, the businessmen would provide material help to the officials. The officials would ensure that the businessmen wouldn't be bullied under normal circumstances, unless someone did something illegal. If another generation of the family passed the imperial examination, their family tree would be different from the others. When they paid respects to their ancestors, they had to write something important in the family tree. After 100 years, the tombstone of their ancestors' graves had to be erected. Chapter 2008. In the middle of the night, the stars in Luoyang's sky were especially bright. Many commoners wore an extra layer of clothes and came out to stroll and eat snacks. The people who set up the stalls kept smiling. No one collected protection fees, only management fees. Before Li Longji arrived in Luoyang, the merchants in Luoyang had to pay protection fees in addition to taxes and management fees. In the past 2 days, as long as the weather was good at night, the stalls and shops would receive a 10% discount when serving customers. The 10% discount was not given at the end of the meal. Instead, it was given based on the cost of the meal. The protection fees they paid were returned. The people who collected the protection fees had accounts. After receiving the protection fees, they would lend money, buy land, or rent it from tenants. They did not collect much rent from tenants, afraid that no one would rent it. They were working in the underworld and doing business in the legal world at the same time. When they were arrested, their properties were confiscated. As for the small fries who followed them, they were sentenced and punished. Some of them were released after being whipped twice. The protection fees collected were returned to the people who paid them without interest. Even so, everyone was happy. They regained what they had lost. It was a huge sum of money, more than a tax refund. In their happiness, they decided to give a 10% discount during the new year until the first lunar month. Of course, the price would still increase during the new year. They would give another 10% discount compared to last year. Newcomers from other places could enjoy a 15% discount with their new certificate of origin. They did not have much money. As they had just arrived, the discount was considered snatching customers. Once a newcomer ate well and got used to it, there was a high chance that they would return in the future. It was difficult to buy a repeat customer with money. Children ran around and were not afraid of being abducted. The people who could abduct them were now abducted. Petty thieves were also not seen. The yamen spread the word that whoever dared to cause trouble for them would be punished. They had just dealt with a group of officials. If they did not manage them well, would they be dissatisfied with Her Majesty? Provocation? Therefore, all the commoners in Hunan were happy. They did not snatch things from the monasteries. The people who believed in Buddhism and Taoism were waiting. They did not add incense to the monasteries. It was not that they did not believe in Buddhism, but that they did not believe in monks and Taoists. In the city where Perunyahin was, everyone was eating when the snow suddenly became heavier. The bonfire party ended abruptly for some reason. Everyone checked the situation and began to clear the snow on the streets. The snow was transported to the southeast outside of the city. In winter, There were many west and northwest winds. If the snow was piled up in the northwest, it would be blown by the wind and moved to the foot of the wall. With the city around, there was no hope of using the snow to block the wind. The captives who were not injured, or whose injuries were relatively light and did not affect their work, were placed in the most tiring positions. While the others pushed the snow together, they loaded it, and the horse-drawn sledges were brought outside the town, where they overturned and unloaded the snow from the side. Zhang Xiaosong's men helped out. It snowed until dawn, so they took turns to come and rest when the snow was thicker. The winged knights did not move. They were only responsible for sending out reports, unless there were special circumstances. There were a total of 120 of them. 20 of them were originally in the city, and 100 of them were with Zhang Xiaosong's group. Drink tea, green tea. Piranugan boiled water on the stove in his room for the tea and put the tea leaves into the pot. Thank you. Jia Guoxing thanked him. The child was very enthusiastic. Piranugan poured himself a cup and looked at the tea. Everyone agreed that since we have a city, we must protect it. Yes, Jia Guoxing echoed. This city is our home. We must keep the streets clean the horse and sheep feces in time, and wash the urine with water. In fact, we know that the heavy snow will not crush the houses, horses, cows, and sheep pens. It will be easier to clean after the snow stops. But we are afraid that the snow on the road will freeze and be hard to remove, and our home will look dirty. We will not betray the Tang dynasty. Only the imperial court of the Tang dynasty and Brother Dongzhu will repair the city for us. They said that you have good weapons. Once we become enemies, you will immediately take action and eliminate the leader. I tell you, we do not have a leader who is unfavorable to the Tang dynasty. We only have people who are unfavorable to the Tang dynasty. Then, no matter who they are, we will eliminate them ourselves. Piranugan spoke to Jia Guoxing like an adult. There was no leader who was unfavorable to the Tang dynasty. If the leader wanted to do something bad, he would be eliminated and replaced. Your leader is not angry? Jia Guoxing was stunned and asked. This is what our leader, the patriarch, said. The patriarch is the leader. The patriarch is wise. He said that as long as we are loyal to the Tang dynasty, we will get many times more benefits than if we betray the Tang dynasty, and we will not be exterminated. The patriarch warned us that if we betray the Tang dynasty, we will be exterminated. No matter how far we run, the winged knights will chase us to the end. Piranugan held the cup with both hands and turned it. It was a little hot. If it is too far, we may not go. Dongzhu will do it himself. Jia Guoxing could see that he was deliberately asked to come here. The patriarch had arranged this through the child's pledge of loyalty. It was not the child's behavior before. When the snow was heavy, Piranugan was called away for a period of time. When he came back, he led Jia Guoxing into the house. Jia Guoxing did not see through it. He believed that the patriarch could guess that he would judge the situation. Will Brother Dongzhu really fly to a faraway place to kill people? Piranugan asked. This was what he wanted to know. Yes. In the future, if there is a chance, I will take you to see Dongzhu. Dongzhu is gentle to his own people. Before the end of this year, a large number of soldiers and things will arrive. You can live in peace. As for you, because you can talk to Dongzhu, your status in the tribe will rise. You can't bully others like this. Jia Guoxing first told him the truth. At the same time, he was afraid that the child would be too arrogant. I won't, because I don't usually use my status as the grandson of the patriarch to bully others, Piranugan promised. Jia Guoxing was speechless. He lowered his head and drank his tea. He did not want to say anything. I have brothers, but I am being groomed as the future patriarch. I want to learn from Brother Dongzhu. Piranugan was no longer modest. He told the other party that his status was different from the other brothers. Even so, he had to work hard to learn. I think that's fine, Jia Guoxing admitted. This child was truly smart and could endure hardship. In this tribe, You could not be the patriarch just because you wanted to. If you did not agree with the majority, you might be killed. The child was already so old, but he already knew how to improve himself. Was there anyone more knowledgeable than Li Dongzhu in the world? Once he learned from Li Dongzhu, he would not only gain knowledge, but also status. The people working outside, including the patriarch, did not know the conversation between the two in the room. The patriarch only asked his grandson to speak, but his grandson knew how to find a backer. When the time came, even if other people were stronger in some aspects, would he dare to kill Piranugan and become the patriarch? Would he ask Li Yi if he agreed? Li Yi had a purpose in grooming children. If the children of the tribe were well groomed, it would be beneficial to the unity of the people of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 2009. There were pendants under the lanterns that were filled with wax. When the wind was strong, they would only sway slightly. The people removing the snow used the light to chat. Even the adults liked the feeling of huddling together for warmth. After today's victory, and with so many elite soldiers, they did not feel tired working together. Wild geese in the sky in a row, the autumn grass is yellow. Some people hummed a song as they went to the stables to feed the horses. There were also people in charge of the sheep pens. The city walls and the houses in the city blocked a lot of the wind. The lanterns in the stables were fixed with ropes. Eat, eat, eat more grass, you'll get fat. The people feeding the horses put grass in the manger and mumbled, hoping that the horses would be happy. Whether it was the new horses or the original horses, they all wanted to eat. Even the injured horses endured the pain and ate until they were full. Injured horses would usually be given beans. Fried bean powder increased protein and was good for wound recovery. Horses that were too heavily injured were already given a satisfying meal. The sheep in the sheep pens were more sensitive to the weather than humans. They knew the current situation and were very obedient. Give them some grass, and they ate silently, not shouting loudly. However, the injured captives who were temporarily alive groaned and wailed in pain. After a batch of snow was cleared, everyone waited for a while to continue to clean up. The Yulin Royal Cavalry took things to the place where the captives and wounded were. The captives had their wounds stitched up. The stitched area was actually more painful than the wound. If it was not stitched up, it would not be a problem of pain. It might be better now, but after a day, the wound would start to leak fluids. Whether the temperature was high or low, there was a possibility of infection. Cold temperatures could cause frostbite. As soon as the winged knights appeared, the captives who were groaning and wailing immediately stopped and looked at the winged knights with frightened eyes. The winged knights spread out, checked the wounds, and felt the temperature of the captives. Don't worry, there's no infection. You won't die under normal circumstances. I'll change your bandages tomorrow morning. You have a fever due to stress, so you don't need to cool down physically. Drink more water. Don't press on the wound when you sleep. Don't move too much. If you move too much, it will increase muscle movement and secrete fluids. A winged knight looked at the captive's wound and patiently said to him, "It hurts. I can't sleep at all. I vomit every time I eat. Can I still live?" The wounded looked at the winged knights like a sick person looking at a doctor, hoping that the winged knights would give them a definite answer. Featherwood Flying Cavalry took out something from his bag, which was the size of an ink stick. He pulled out his tactical saber and twirled it in his hand. "I'm not in pain anymore. I won't make a sound. I'll sleep immediately. I'm asleep." The captive was afraid. He closed his eyes and said, "No, it doesn't hurt at all. I'll give you some medicine. I won't kill you." As the winged knights spoke, they found a blanket for the captives to drink and used a knife to scrape powder from the ink stick. After scraping a few times, he scooped some water from the pot that had been boiling and poured it into a cup. Army Knife stirred the water a few times. "Blow on it. If it's not hot, drink it." The winged knights passed the cup over. The other winged knights operated in a similar manner. They were all made of ink, and the ink looked more like coal essence. Coal essence was not amber. In Li's time, it was valuable and could be used as a material for art. The wounded man who had closed his eyes earlier drank 1/3 of the water. His leg was injured. He looked at his leg and raised his arm to wipe the sweat off. "Are you hot?" the winged knights asked. "Yes, my stomach is hot," the wounded man replied. "I'm asking, do you feel warm in your stomach?" "It's not the warmth from drinking hot water," the winged knights asked again. "Then what's the warmth?" The wounded man did not understand. After a while he felt something new. "The warmth from drinking horse milk. It doesn't hurt as much. It's just a little. How do I put it? Is it the excitement of riding a horse and running a few 100 meters and getting faster and faster?" The winged knights thought about it and gave a comparison. "Yes, it hurts less now. It's a miracle medicine." "What kind of medicine is this?" The captive realized that his stomach was warm and he did not feel hungry anymore. Then he felt comfortable all over. The wound did not seem to hurt as much. "Continue to drink water. The medicine is working. Tomorrow morning, change your bandages and take this medicine. Then eat your meal." The winged knights did not answer. He only gave medical advice. He could not say anything. The black block was made from opium poppy. It was thick, dried, and preserved. To put it bluntly, it was opium paste. When it was baked, it would be like a paste. When it was not baked, it would be as hard as asphalt in winter. If one ate it on an empty stomach, it would be absorbed quickly. If one ate too much, they would feel stimulated. There would be no pain, no sleepiness, no hunger, and more energy, the winged knight's standard medicine. But they had never used it. They had tried to eat it before, so they had to understand the reaction. "It's the miracle medicine from the Li family Zhuangzi, right?" The captive's eyes were filled with gratitude. "Drink water and increase your metabolism. If you can't sleep, count sheep. 1 sheep, 2 sheep until 10. If you're sleepy, don't count anymore." The winged knights wanted to count to 10,000, but he was afraid that the captive would be sleepy when he counted to 1,000. He forced himself to count and even touched his wound to wake himself up. He might as well count to 10 and start from the beginning. If he was sleepy, stop counting and go to sleep. "I understand what you mean. I'm not stupid. I don't need to count to 10. I'll keep counting and I'll fall asleep." The captive felt insulted. "Do you think I'm stupid?" "I'm sorry." The winged knights nodded and turned to the next patient. He had just taken 2 steps when the patient's voice came from behind. "Excuse me, how do you count after 1,000? Count from the head." The winged knights staggered and gave the answer. He almost fell down. "Thank you." The patient thanked him sincerely. "You're welcome." The winged knights quickened his pace. The opium was good. After a round of feeding the patient, the moaning stopped and the sound of counting sheep and groaning could be heard. The sky was bright and the snow stopped. The people who took turns to rest stewed horse, meat soup, and put in dried scallions and coriander. There was no wheaten food, including Highland barley noodles. It was rice cooked with japonica rice and oily salted duck eggs. Perunyahin came to Jia Guishing again. "We'll deal with the goat and mare milk we saved today. We'll make cheese with goat milk. Mare milk can also be used to make cheese, but it takes a lot to make it. It's not easy to dry, so it's better to make wine. We usually eat Highland barley, but we're happy today, so we cooked the japonica, rice sent from other places. What do you do after eating?" Jia Guishing did not care about what he ate, as long as he could eat. "Classes. We stopped classes 2 days ago because of the war. Now it's peaceful, so we have to study, mainly learning how to write the characters of the Tang dynasty." Perunyahin took a leather bag from the side. The bag was made of pure leather and handmade. "Do you have a pen and ink?" Jia Guishing had just arrived and was not clear about the situation. "Yes. There are also colored pens, which can be used to draw beautiful pictures. I know where you're going to ask. The Tang dynasty's Chaotian fund gave it to us, so we won't betray the Tang dynasty." Perunyahin patted his school bag and said happily, "Chapter 2010. Yesterday, you said that you have a brother. Do you think you can… Jia Guoxing stopped before he finished his sentence. Taizong and His Majesty are very good. Perunyahin mentioned 2 people. As for Li Shimin and Li Longji, one was the second son, while the other was the third son. Both of them had become emperors. But Taizong and His Majesty were… Jia Guoxing couldn't continue. He wanted to say that they had experienced the Xuanwu Gate. In fact, my eldest brother is similar to King Tan. King Tan was injured while hunting. My brother fell ill not long after he was born. It took a long time for him to recover. Then one of his legs couldn't move and he always drooled. Perunyahin talked about the situation of his brother. He continued, "My second brother is more than a year older than me. He is brave and fierce. He caught a rabbit and cut its hind leg, watching it struggle to run away. But his horsemanship is not as good as mine, and his archery is not as good as mine. He was stronger than me in lifting the stone, but I could always beat him in wrestling. When I become the chief, he can live in the clan. When he becomes the chief, I can only run to other places." Perunyahin introduced the situation of his family. His eldest brother was disabled, and his second brother was cruel. He was sensible. He was so young, but he already understood the situation. Eat meat and vegetables. 1 year older doesn't have an absolute advantage in strength. After dinner, I will teach you some simple fighting skills. We won't leave in the next few days. Now we are waiting for the main force to arrive. Jia Guoxing chose to train Perunyahin. He was not afraid that he would be too smart and not listen to the Tang dynasty in the future. Dongzhu would teach Perunyahin some skills. If there were any problems, Dongzhu would be responsible. He taught the child to show others. At the same time, he would ask people about the child's family in case the child lied. "I am very good at archery." Perunyahin was eager to try. He felt that his archery skills were superb. "Then I will have to ask for advice." Jia Guoxing smiled. "Archery? We were selected to be trained as winged knights because of the archery test. Don't laugh. I can shoot left and right." Perunyahin was not convinced. What was there to laugh about? Good. Jia Guoxing gave him a thumbs up. "I will take it as a compliment." Perunyahin said doubtfully, "Compared to the northwest, the sun rose earlier in the northeast. Therefore, while they were having breakfast in the northwest, the northeast was also having breakfast. The Tang dynasty in the northwest had 3 meals a day, while the Prince of Bohai County in the northeast had 2 meals a day. In summer and autumn, he could still eat 2 meals to fill his stomach, but in winter, he would not be too hungry. They were afraid that they wouldn't have any food to eat in spring, and if they didn't have any necessary activities in winter, they would stop whenever possible. When there was not a large amount of coal and fireplace, the number of people in Chang'an who died of suffocation or freezing in the winter was not small. The living conditions of the people in Bohai Sea could not be compared to those in Chang'an. The winters here were long, so the people could only think of ways to save food. There were wild animals on the mountain, but they were not easy to catch. The snow was too thick, and most of the wild animals nearby had been caught. If they went further away and encountered wild boars, it was hard to say who would take care of who. The local grain industry was poor, and the crop yield was low. The methods of retting and fertilizing introduced in the newspaper were a great help to the local people. Li Endong and the rest had already finished their breakfast, but they were still cooking. They caught some pheasants to make chicken soup, while Lechao's tribe provided them with dried vegetables. Lechao's tribe decided to follow them. They were the 7th tribe. The large amount of things they had prepared was not of much use. When the Tang dynasty arrived, they would be given a one-time subsidy. De Zhuorong did not come today, probably because he was in the palace looking for something. Li Longji, as one of the Tang emperors, rewarded him with something. In addition, Li Yi, as a trade partner, also gave him a lot of luxurious goods. For example, mirrors, diesel oil, perfume, and some items sold in Wen Tianlan Pavilion. The other high-ranking officials and leaders of the big clans in Bohai Sea all came to trade. The ordinary people took out pine nuts, dried blood-red rivet mushrooms, ginseng, deer antler, and mink fur that they had stored at home to trade. Previously, the big clans in Bohai Sea received these things once, but the people were afraid, so they took out a small portion to trade with the big clans, especially the officials. The people who received these things earned the difference in price, and the other things were hidden by the people. The ordinary people mainly wanted to trade for soap and medicine, and kerosene lamps were not something they should use. There were also some people who were smarter. They knew that the Tang dynasty's team would come to trade again this year, so they prepared silage and hay in advance. They did not raise livestock themselves, but purely for trade. For the rest of the bad stuff, they would discuss with the people who had livestock. Next year, they would borrow the livestock for farming and give the rest to the other party's livestock to eat this year. Li Endong and the others exchanged things with the big clans and officials. The price was fixed and they did not bargain. For the ordinary people, they gave a little more. Fan Fan and the other winged knights looked for the locals to trade for hawthorn and made small tools to pick the seeds. Looking for branches to make sticks, picking seeds, and cutting sticks were all done by the people who were going back with them. It was their wages, and they would pay them when they returned home. One by one, the hawthorn skewers without dipping in sugar were made. The winged knights boiled sugar and made candied hawthorn skewers that were not big. A big piece of candied hawthorn skewers consumed too much sugar, so they could only be eaten in the capital office. If they wanted to eat it in Hunan, they had to wait until the weather turned cold. There were big skewers of candied hawthorn skewers, each with more than 20 big hawthorns, trembling. There were also small skewers, 2 hawthorns for a skewer. The big ones were traded with the medium ones, and the small ones were given to the children. Many children had never eaten rock candy since they were young. Children over 5 or 6 years old licked the candied hawthorn skewers, and this moment was fixed in their memory. In their memory, there was a Li family Zhuangzi, Li Dongzhu, and a relatively specific Tang dynasty. The people of Daleka, Brailo, Ajin, and other tribes were also busy. They wanted to sell the things they did not need on the road, and the price was cheap. Originally, 5 big bowls of rice could be exchanged for rabbit skin, but now 2 bowls were enough. There were many people and goods on the return journey. The people needed to eat, and the horses had to be fed. The grass that the horses ate now was good enough. When they returned, they would only bring some green hay and then eat food. Including the dried meat that they had started to make now, they steamed it in a pot with a little salt. There was no visible fat on the surface, and it was all muscle fiber. They were cut into small cubes and frozen outside for the horses to eat. The horses ate meat, but they could not eat too much. If the horses saw the newly hatched chicks when no one was watching, they would eat them directly. When the horses were eating grass, they would also eat grasshoppers and insects without any hesitation. If you rode a horse that was not willing to let you ride it, you could beat 10 raw eggs and put them on the grass in the trough. After the horse ate the eggs, it would take the initiative to look for you the next day when it saw you. Yesterday it was not happy, but today it rubbed its big head against you. Hurry up, it's not convenient for you to walk, right? I'll lie down. Hurry up, I'll take you for a lap. Of course, the horses of the Li family Zhuangzi could not be fed by ordinary people. Horses had their own pride. How many eggs do I lack? Do you know what I usually eat? Chapter 2011. Here, take a bath in the big tent first. There are clothes inside. Throw your clothes aside and shave your hair. Wash the hair on the arms and legs of the men and women. Lianzhong stood outside a few tents and shouted to a group of people in a commanding manner. These people were slaves and were exchanged by the Li family Zhuangzi. There was no time to clean them up bit by bit, so all their hair was shaved. He found a few local women who knew how to comb their hair to shave the female slaves. The male slaves were handled by the Southwest barbarians. Now, they couldn't be polite. If they were too polite, the slaves wouldn't be used to it. Many times, the slaves would take the initiative to protect the slave master's position, just like Stockholm Syndrome. Li and Joan watched the people line up to take a bath in the wooden bucket and was in a good mood. Cheap. The price of a slave in winter was lower than a sheep. Sheep could be eaten, but slaves were inconvenient to eat. There wasn't much work to do in winter. It was a loss for the slaves to starve to death. If they didn't starve to death, they would be eating for free for several months. Those who raised slaves sold them. There were also those who specialized in selling slaves. Now they were the most worried, unless they were beautiful women or men. Others were not willing to raise them well, but Li and Joan was willing to take them back. He understood the importance of a person's manpower. Not to mention a sheep. Even 100 sheep wouldn't be exchanged. Dong Zhuo couldn't continue to look for slaves in the Tang dynasty. When he encountered slaves, he had to rescue them. He bought them and arranged jobs for them. This referred to the people of the Tang dynasty who became slaves for various reasons. Dong Zhuo didn't care about foreign slaves. Anyway, he didn't buy them. He was afraid of spies. It was the first time he bought slaves in Bohai country, so it was too late to arrange spies. The slaves in front of him were brought back to rest for a period of time. When their bodies recovered, they could arrange jobs and teach them knowledge. They were the slaves of the Li family Zhuangzi. How many sheep were they worth? The slaves obediently went in to take a bath. They were already used to it, or numb. They only had one thing to pursue, to live. After taking a bath and changing into clean clothes, the slaves put on their leather hats and ate at the side. The chicken soup was free. Whoever wanted to drink it, it was oily and smelled fragrant. The slaves ate and scooped chicken, rice, and pickles. There were limited quantities. The Southwest barbarians were responsible for the food. They judged how much the slaves should eat based on their height and weight. They weren't allowed to eat too much and die. Some slaves with their children. The children were not necessarily born of slaves and slaves, but could also be born of the master and female slaves. Usually, in this kind of situation, those with status would not admit it, even if the child was his. He would line up a male slave and make him marry a female slave. He would even directly say that the female slave had done something with someone, and then kill the female slave and her child. The Bohai Sea had a king, and the social hierarchy was even stricter than the Turks. The Turks were not afraid. Even if a female slave gave birth to a child, it was still their child. Such children were arranged to stay with their mothers, and the older ones were given a chicken leg to chew on. It was difficult for the young ones to eat meat unless they ate meat porridge. Otherwise, they would be given tofu made by the Southwest barbarians themselves. The tofu was still warm. She boiled the fermented beans in water and drizzled a little juice on the tofu. The child used a spoon to scoop and eat. Unfortunately, it was winter now, and the pheasants did not lay eggs. It was difficult for them to survive. They had to wait until spring, or else they would be fed eggs. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi were afraid that the slaves would wolf down their food, which was not good for their stomachs. As a result, the slaves ate in small mouthfuls and chewed carefully after taking a bite. They are eating elegantly. Li and Chi looked at them and said. Li Enan stared at him. In the past, when you were working hard in other people's houses, if they gave you a caddy of marinated beef, you would eat it in big bites. What? There is no marinated beef. Dong Zhuo made the stew and sauce, and no one gave it to me. Beef. Li and Chi said. What if there is? Li Enan emphasized. I will hide it and eat it secretly. I will eat it a little at a time. Oh, right. They are not willing to eat it now. Li and Chi reacted. The slaves had not eaten much food until now, and they were afraid that they would eat too much. They were also worried that they would not be able to taste the food. Only the rich could eat tofu and bean sprouts in the past. Li Enan sighed. When there was no Dong Zhuo, tofu and bean sprouts could be eaten once every half a month, and it was considered good. Now, it had become the food of the ordinary people in the capital and Hunan government. With so many small tools, it saved a lot of time for the people. The people's income increased, and they could afford to eat it. The two people chatted. The slaves did not care about what the new masters were talking about. Anyway, they felt that the food was delicious. They had eaten it before. When the masters were happy, they would give the leftovers to the slaves to eat. At that time, they were fighting with each other. If they did not fight, they would not be able to eat it. Now that it was in front of them, it belonged to whoever owned it, and no one else was allowed to touch it. The children among the slaves lowered their heads to eat. The tofu was shaved with their teeth, bit by bit. Their tongues licked the tofu that entered their mouths. The tofu was crushed on the palate before it was chewed into the stomach. After eating, the slaves were arranged to rest and sleep. They knew that they did not eat well, and they had to remove the snow and carry things to exchange. They were very tired, and by the way, they were sold. They were full of worry and fear for the future. After eating, they slept. When they woke up, they would be fine. Don't let yourself think about things when your body is in the worst state. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi were familiar with this operation because Li Yi deliberately let them feel it. When they were tired, someone sent a message that they were going to be driven away overseas. In such a state, they were not pleasing to the eye and felt that they were abandoned by the whole world. Later, they found out that it was not so. It was said that they would be given more monthly allowance, and that the female slaves liked whoever they liked. At that moment, they felt that the sky was clear and they had the whole world. This was the state. After they knew, they began to strengthen their confidence. I am the strongest. I will not fall no matter what I face. The commander of the 3 armies could be taken, but the common man could not take away his will. Even if he was a woodcutter cutting firewood in the mountains in winter, he had to be strong in the face of danger. He could not give up because he still had his wife, children, and parents at home. Don't look down on yourself. Don't think that you are a waste. You have strength. You are not stupid. You just lack an opportunity. If others do not give you an opportunity, you will get an opportunity through other means. Tell yourself that you have a strong place. Don't be discouraged. Otherwise, you will become the depression that Dongzhu said. Li Endong and the others received this kind of education. They were tenacious and lacked understanding. Others might not be like them, unless the slaves succeeded in following them back. At that time, Dongzhu would teach and Dongzhu would encourage. Oh, his ability to pacify people's hearts was great. On the other side, Fan Fan continued to recruit people with the Winged Knights. Do you want to go to the Tang dynasty? In the Tang dynasty, there will be meat to eat. It will not be cold in winter or hot in summer. Don't doubt it. Do you know the Book of Psalms? It says, "The winter thunder shakes the summer snow." See, right? Come with me. We have to set off at dawn. Anyway, in order to trick people into going to the Tang dynasty, Fan Fan was shameless. He twisted all kinds of explanations and took the words out of context. Chapter 2012. Fan Fan, send a report to Dongzhu. There are more than 4,000 slaves, including those who are willing to go with us. I estimate that there will be more than 10,000 people when we go back. What about the seaside? Li Enbei took a bunch of candied hawthorns and found Fan Fan. He gave them out along the way. He gave them to some 1-year-old children. The children were young and did not lack candied hawthorns. The children could not eat it, but the children's mothers could. The children just needed to lick it. It was human instinct. Children naturally liked to eat candies. The absorption of food was mostly completed by the conversion of sugar. Was the conversion of other things as fast as the sugar itself? Without sugar, the fastest protein intake was from milk. Therefore, during Li Yi's time, some people touted milk. Milk, goat milk, camel milk, and even human milk. This referred to the beginning. Lions and tigers also drank milk at first. Mammals, but did they still drink milk later? Fan Fan was cooking skewers for the children. It was the skewers of wild boar bones and pheasant soup. The skewers were small fish and shrimps, plus the tofu skin. Before making tofu, Fan Fan unkindly picked the tofu skin when boiling the soy milk. He was too embarrassed to let the concentration of soy milk increase and pick out the tofu. However, when making tofu, he used soy milk and gauze to press the tofu dry. There were thousands of tofu sheets. He did not ask for the dried tofu. The materials were used for the tofu. The process of processing beans was like this. It was like the skin of the dough. Picking the tofu skin, making the tofu pudding, pressing the tofu, dried tofu, and pressing the dried tofu again. During this process, there were also bean dregs and small tofu. The soaking and grinding of soybeans was called soy milk. The soaking and grinding of mung beans was called soy milk. If the mung beans were not fermented and the concentration increased, they would be deliberately used to make mung bean noodles. If the concentration continued to increase, let's steam mung bean cakes to eat. Chinese cuisine was like this. Look at the cuisine and distinguish between the rare and the rare. The children gathered around. Just by smelling the soup, they felt that it was fragrant. With the arrival of the Tang dynasty's trading team, the entire Bohai city became different. This was a grand trading time. Everyone could participate. Brilo found a fan to rest and brought a small basket of tussock cocoons to him. Do you want to eat this and drink wine? Do you like it? Fan looked at the yellow cocoon and asked. I didn't eat it in the past because it was inconvenient. It was too watery when boiled and too dry when roasted. Later, it was written in the newspaper that it was best to dry stir-fry it or add a little less oil to the wine and fry it slowly in a pan. When we first saw the newspaper, there were few pots and iron. There isn't much iron now. Everyone says that Li Dongzhu knows all the mineral resources in the world. Everyone complains that the newspapers don't write about us. Bolero took out a small knife to cut the cocoon. There was a chrysalis inside, but the chrysalis was unwilling to move. In the spring of the following year, the cocoon would break, and a moth with wings would appear. This moth was edible. The most common way to eat it was to roast it over a fire and then stuff it into one's mouth. One couldn't open one's mouth, otherwise the moth's juice would spurt out. When Li was young, 1 in 10 people could eat it like this. It was a tussa moth from the northeast. One would grab something to roast, and the moth would move in the palm of one's hand. By the time Li grew up, only 1 in 100 people would dare to do it. That would be awesome. Li dared. He had been wild since he was young. As long as he was told that this thing could be eaten, he would be like a cicada monkey. What was there to be afraid of? What everyone was afraid of was that it was difficult to distinguish the species. There was no problem with silkworm moths, and there was no problem with the sky bean moth, but there was no problem with the sky frost moth. Fan picked one up. You changed it? There's no need. Dongzhu doesn't actually care about this kind of appetite. I picked it up and hung it on a tree. Its color is about the same as snow. It's warm, and some of the insects inside can survive. Bolero felt wronged. Why would I change it? I don't want anything. I just want to bring my people to the Tang dynasty alive. This is the use of resources, the importance of sales channels and logistics. Some things around you are worthless, but they can be sold at a high price elsewhere. Whoever controls this channel can control both the seller and the buyer. Fan pointed at the cocoon with his finger. The cocoon had been in a dormant state before, but now it was awakened. Its head, or rather its tail, moved back and forth. Bolero wasn't interested in the cocoon. He asked Fan, does Li Dongzhu like to eat it? Dongzhu can eat anything. Dongzhu doesn't like to eat things from the northeast. Dongzhu likes the land in the northeast. Fan told Bolero bluntly. Has Dongzhu eaten now? Bolero understood and wanted to inquire more about the details of life there. God knows. It's like you asking me if there will be heavy snow tomorrow. Fan gave this answer after some thought. At noon in Luoyang-su, he asked Li, is it going to snow tomorrow? From the current situation, it shouldn't be. The humidity and temperature aren't enough. But if warm and humid air suddenly arrives, it will be different. Li replied. He was actually in a difficult position. He didn't have a satellite cloud picture, so he could only analyze it through another system. Generally speaking, when the humidity increased and the air pressure dropped, there would be precipitation in such weather. This was the data analysis from the ground. The satellite had its own infrared, cloud, and wind flow. To put it simply, no one could predict the future with absolute certainty, not even him at that time. All the weather was normal, and then the geomagnetic field reacted. Clouds began to gather, and the computer analyzed according to the data. If you didn't enter the key data model, it was impossible for it to give an answer alone. According to the data, many earthquakes occurred in the middle of the night or early in the morning, and then the earthquake, clouds appeared. Why did the probability of earthquakes have to be high at night or early in the morning? This was a scientific problem. I mean, if there's a hailstorm, what can you do? Suaire asked directly. So be it. It's fine as long as people aren't hit. I have a way to stop the hail, but the price is too high. It's not worth it. Li Yi was more relaxed about such a problem. There were several types of anti-hail rockets, including rain. However, it wasn't worth it. The lifespan consumed was far from being compensated by the income from the fields. Xiao Yi, the Hunter Conference, will be held tomorrow. Are you participating? Song Jing suddenly asked. Yes, not only me, but His Majesty as well. This Hunter Conference is actually a fusion of the government and the people. Systematization, organization, scale, and institutionalization. There are many things involved. Once the government makes an appearance, it will indicate whether the surrounding hunters' hut supplies and the imperial government's policies support the problem there. Li Yi knew the situation. What he was facing now was definitely not just the children of Luoyang Palace who were studying. It involved the people at the lowest level of society. It was the hunters who went up the mountain. Before it snowed in Luoyang, the hunters were already preparing in advance. The local hunters had different thoughts from ordinary people. They wanted to survive. Chapter 2013. The afternoon sun raised the temperature to more than 20 degrees Celsius. Li Longji's team set off to return to Li family Zhuangzi. They didn't want to stay in drunken immortal house any longer. The people of Xiao Luonan village sent them out for 5 miles. They only returned after being persuaded 3 times. 30 miles wasn't far. They arrived at Zhuangzi in less than 2 hours. The people next to Zhuangzi ran to the roadside and bowed. They looked up and peeked. It was just a carriage. They couldn't see the key people. People came and went on the 25 miles road from Li family Zhuangzi to Luoyang Palace. The Li family Zhuangzi needed supplies, and others came to sell them. From Li family Zhuangzi's mountain to the west, to the Martyrs' Cemetery and Pear Garden, there were projects under construction. The people went there to watch the fun. There were also many monks and Taoists rushing there. They had to decorate the scene. In addition, the hunters who were further away and delayed on the road would participate in the meeting tomorrow. The hunting dogs were very quiet. They didn't bark at people and didn't need to be tied up. They even had to talk to their owners before going to the toilet. The owners helped arrange the seats. If the hunting dogs urinated and peed on the mountain, it would bring death to themselves and their owners. Other large animals would follow the smell and find them. Fong Tao volunteered to stand outside to receive his colleagues. His white-haired dog sat next to him. It looked at its colleagues and helped to receive them. Xiao Fong, this is white-haired. Why does it look different? I haven't seen it for a month. Its body has grown normal, but its eyes... A hunter suddenly noticed the change in white-haired when he was talking with Fong Tao. His 4 dogs could make a fuss with white-haired dog. Why were they so obedient now? Blind Sure is here. Fong Tao mentioned a name. We know he's here. He's with you, your white-haired dog is now, the hunter reacted. He took 2 steps forward and squatted down to look at white-haired dog carefully. After more than a minute, he got up. Blind Jing Zhaoshi is really worthy of his reputation. Tell me how he trained it. The hunter looked at white-haired dog with envy. Then he looked at his 4 dogs. His eyes were full of expectation. Blind Shi and Chuangshan came here. I happened to be here. Fang Tao was happily talking about the process of white-haired dog's transformation and how the mad dog was taught a lesson. So that's how it is. You owe me a big favor. It's just that this method doesn't work well. If I let my dog face it, it's likely that it won't even be able to be a hunting dog. The hunter realized that there was a problem. White Hair almost resisted the mountain guard dog's pressure. His dog had come once, and it was over. It's not like Blind Shi only has one way. Let's go and take a look. What if there's a way? Fang Tao was not in a position to say anything else. All right, let's go meet him. The hunter sighed and called for his 4 dogs to follow. The hunters who came all knew Fang Tao Zheng. News of him saving people was spreading. Seeing the huge change in his white hair, he thought that it was a reward from God for saving people. The commoners couldn't tell that the dogs were guarding the mountain. They passed by to look and see which dog was a good dog. The dog was big, and its eyes were full of spirit. It did not make a fuss. Why can't I raise a dog like this at home? Where did the hunter find it? The hunters didn't know what the others were thinking. They went in to find a place to settle down. First, they settled down the dogs, then they settled down. After finishing his work, he went to the carpentry and blacksmith workshop. The craftsmen in Zhuangzi were working hard, making things for the future hunter's hut. The hunters provided the ideas, and the craftsmen completed it. The hunters could actually make it themselves. Simple iron tools, and tools were no problem. They were good at making traps. However, compared to the craftsmen, the hunters' craftsmanship was far worse. The craftsmen made things strong, durable, and beautiful. The hunters' huts were placed on the branches of trees, on the rocks, and beside the stream. The original hunters' huts were made with branches, leather, and grass curtains. Now they were all made of wood. They could be assembled and strong. There were even many small windows that could be opened at any time. In case they were surrounded by wolves, they could hide in the hut and find a place to open a small window to shoot arrows. If they encountered bears and wild boars, the normal hunters' huts wouldn't be able to withstand it. There was no problem with the current hut. They could just hit it. It was guaranteed that it wouldn't be damaged. I've made a spearhead for you. The hut is filled with waxwood poles of different lengths and thicknesses. Hoes, sickles, kitchen knives, and saws have all been prepared for you. When the time comes, there will be a batch of medicine put in. It will be dried and maintained with lime. The hunters' huts in the capital government were made this way. The woodcutters would go in to collect firewood, sometimes to rest. After eating the food inside, you don't have to hunt immediately to make up for it. There are many things inside. When you go down the mountain, you can go to the government and tell them. The leader of the craftsmen, Zhang Shenlin, and the group of hunters who had gathered around to watch said that the people in the capital government were safe. The people who lived at the foot of the mountain were always worried that wild beasts would come down the mountain to eat them. With a good hut, the hunters could control a large area without wild beasts that could harm the people. The hunters would take the initiative to maintain the ecological balance, but they didn't need to do so in places where people lived. The more hunters' huts were built, the farther the hunters could go into the mountain. Old Man sure was going to be an official. He said, "The hunters' huts in the capital government are comfortable. There are maps inside. The locations of the hunters' huts are marked on the map. After hunting and resting, you don't have to rush to make up for it immediately. If the situation is urgent, go down the mountain first and report to the government. You can use money to make up for it and spend more money. When the other hunters enter the mountain, they will go to the government first. They will be responsible for bringing up the missing items and will be paid extra. In the past, the rules of the hunters' huts were that they would immediately make up for it after they went in because there were few supplies. Now that there were more, it wasn't a problem to live in the huts for 3 to 5 months. For example, if they were injured and couldn't contact anyone, they could just recuperate inside. Or they could ask their dogs to go down the mountain and report back home. The more powerful the dogs and the more there were, the safer it would be. The hunters in Hunan nodded. They had heard about the hunters' huts in the capital government long ago. Some of them had even been there. There was cooked and dried rice inside, which could be drunk by soaking it in water. Those who didn't like to eat rice could eat steamed buns, dried steamed buns on the stove or black bread. There were also pickled vegetables, salt, dried green onions, cabbage, cowpeas, and so on. The people in the capital government didn't go up the mountain to steal from the hunters' huts. First, they didn't lack those things. Second, if they stole once, they would definitely steal a second time, a third time. Once the number of times increased, the hunters would be vigilant. Hunters had good dogs. Not long after discovering that something in a hunter's hut had been stolen, the hunter would stop hunting and bring his dog to look for the thief. The crime of stealing depended on the situation. Stealing from a hunter's hut was considered harming others. If caught by the government, the sentence would be heavy. It wasn't worth it. It was far away from the mountain. Running over there to steal was not worth the loss. The distance was close, and the hunters lived at the foot of the mountain. If they stole meat and the villagers saw them, they couldn't just run over the mountains for dozens of miles and come back with 2 caddies of meat, right? If they had to carry big and small packages, the target would be obvious. Would the children at home eat it? Would they accidentally say something when playing with the other children? If they were discovered, the patriarch of the same clan wouldn't beat them to death. It would be even worse if they weren't from the same clan. Most of the villagers had the surname Yang. It was already good enough for a person with the surname Huang to live there. How could they steal? Chapter 2014. The hunters of Hunan province listened and thought with smiles on their faces. They hunted for a living, and their families were worried every time they went into the mountains. Hunters' huts were far apart, and some of them could not be reached in a day. How could they have the energy to build a small house in the deep mountains and forests? The main reason was that there was no organization. Everyone just followed the same rules. When a hunter's hut was being built, a hunter would usually build a temporary hut first, and the hunter behind him would go to the place to look before building another hut. Once the number of times increased, it would become fixed. Some people just happened to hunt a lot of prey and put them in. It was formed slowly and not fixed all at once. Now that there was an organization, there would be ample resources for the later stages. Not only would hunters like himself go up the mountain, the winged knights and the other 16 would also follow. Then they would hire woodcutters and porters to deliver large amounts of goods. According to the plan, a small house would be built every 20 to 30 li, and the place would be densely packed. It said that it was dog food, good food that was specially made to feed dogs. Hunting was safer. With more prey, their income would increase and their lives would become better. Hu Feng chimed in from the side. Let's make something clear first. In the past, when wild beasts hurt people and wild boars came down from the mountains to harm crops, the Yamen offered a reward. Once the hunters' huts were completed, if similar situations occurred again, the Yamen would not offer a reward. We have to go out and help. If we can't get the reward, we can only get the reward from the government. Of course, after entering the mountain, the prey will belong to you. If everyone cooperates, we will divide it according to the rules. That's right. Since I've given you benefits, I have to contribute. Basically, there won't be any wild boars coming down the mountain. As long as the huts are built inside, we will be responsible for cleaning them up. Just drive them out. There are a lot of wild animals on the mountain. It won't make a difference. The local hunters started to talk about it. They didn't care about the reward. A reward was a special case. Usually, a reward would only be offered for a dead person. The Yamen could not sit by and do nothing. The hunter's hut was the foundation of their livelihood. With a hut, everyone could work together to hunt the big prey. In order to ensure everyone's safety, all the hunters' huts in the future, including the ones in the capital, will be equipped with 2 crossbows. A voice rang out. Everyone immediately looked over. Who was it, daring to equip them with crossbows? Dongzhu, Zhuangzi's craftsman, said in unison. Li Dongzhu, The others understood the identity of this person and hurriedly bowed. I'll give you the crossbow, but you're not allowed to take it away unless there's a very special situation. For example, if he was injured and couldn't use the bow, he would have to rush down the mountain. The crossbow was easier to operate. At this time, you are allowed to take it and go to the yamen at the foot of the mountain to report the situation. Li added that the crossbow was in the hunter's hut. It was mainly used for defense, not offense. Injured and unable to draw the bow, the crossbow could be opened with one hand. Even if he clenched his teeth, he could shoot through the small window and kill the wild beasts outside. Their main targets were wolves, bears, and wild boars. Under normal circumstances, tigers and leopards would not stay outside human residences. Tigers and leopards were afraid of getting hurt. When they met people and dogs, they would try their best to stay away from them unless they were too hungry. Tigers had a special characteristic. Once they succeeded in eating humans, they would focus on hunting humans. Therefore, if the yamen discovered a tiger eating a human, they would guarantee a reward. The power of a crossbow had always been greater than that of a bow. Otherwise, why would the imperial court ban crossbows? Li Dongzhu, aren't you afraid that someone will use the crossbow to do bad things? Some hunters hoped that there would be crossbows in the hut, but they were also worried that something might go wrong. The hunter's hut nearby doesn't match the hunter's hut. Only the hunter's hut from afar can be placed there. What's the hunter doing with it? Who is he going to kill with the crossbow? If a hunter wanted to kill someone, having a crossbow or not wouldn't make much of a difference. Everyone should understand that if you want to kill the county magistrate, all of you can do it. The few yamen runners around the county magistrate can't prevent you from sneak attacks and assassinations. Li laid out the truth. Those who had mastered a certain amount of hunting skills were actually more law-abiding. Hunters mainly made a living by hunting, not by killing and robbing. They had no problem giving them guns. Just like during his time, they allowed people in special places to own guns and had to report it. Those who were qualified to use guns had never taken them to the city to kill or rob. If they did not allow guns, they were afraid that other foreigners would steal them. In fact, it was useless to steal them. If they stole a gun and bullets, how could they replicate it? The metal of a gun was different, and gunpowder was even more so. Li Dongzhu, the hunter's hut has been repaired. When we hunt, we still want to improve it. Can we modify it? For example, some places felt that there was no problem when the hut was built, but later on, when we used it, we found that it was inconvenient. Under such circumstances, should we report it to the yamen and fix it ourselves? Another hunter raised the question. He knew that the situation would change. If that was the case, it would not be good to continue using the original hut. When we reach the Li family Zhuangzi, we will arrange for people to go over and take a look. Before the hut is built, no one else is allowed to raise any ideas. Li nodded in agreement. No problem. You know your own hut best. I will not restrict you. I am only responsible for providing things and logistics. Why should I insist on other aspects? I am not some self-righteous official. When those officials are not willing to change, they will think that they have been slapped in the face and will not admit their mistakes. Li Dongzhu, I heard that many hunters in the imperial government are skilled in using tools and medicine to treat external injuries. We don't know how to do it now. Can you give us some training? External injuries are often fatal. Especially in the mountains, people will start to have a fever and talk nonsense. Pus and blood will not stop flowing out of the wounds. Another hunter made a request. He did not know how to use alcohol, suture needles, or gauze. He heard from others that the hunters in the imperial government were very skilled. They seemed to have specially learned it. Li nodded again. After the meeting tomorrow, the nurses in the Li family Zhuangzi will explain it to everyone. It is actually not difficult. There are pigs and rabbits for you to practice. If you are really injured, that there is no anesthetic. Everyone bear with the pain. Actually, at that time, you will not feel pain for a short period of time. You will be in a state of excitement. In order to survive, You have a lot of potential. You can bear with it. As Li Yi spoke, he recalled some of his situations. He was in danger. Someone's arm was stuck and injured. He could not take it out and could only watch as it bled. Ruthless people did not care about the pain at that moment. They used a small knife to cut off their injured arm from the wound. They even broke the bone and broke the arm in order to survive. When their arm was cut, they went to the hospital and said that it was too painful and they needed anesthetic. What about when they encountered a disaster? Without anyone to rely on, they did not say anything about anesthetic and endured it. The hunters did not know what Li Yi was thinking. When they heard Li Yi say that there would be special training, they smiled again. This was medicine. If they learned well, not only would they be able to treat their own wounds, they would also be able to help other villagers who were injured. In the past, they knew how to set bones. It was just that they did not know how to suture external injuries. They could only bandage them. If they were not treated well, they would swell and bleed. Then they would not be able to survive and die. There is one more thing. If you find herbs along the way, you need to pick them and send them to the yamen. The Li family Zhuangzi will take them. For this, we will teach you more about how to identify herbs. There are pictures and you know a little about it, but it is not enough. It is dangerous for others to go deep into the mountains to pick herbs. You are just doing it conveniently. Li Yi said another thing to let the hunters familiarize themselves with large amounts of herbs. Chapter 2015. Li Yi had just thought of it. He had never thought about it before. It was not easy for herb gatherers to gather herbs. They had to face wild beasts and other dangers. In the Tang dynasty, it took time to plant and cultivate herbs in large quantities. Some herbs were not for rice and could only be harvested several times a year. The roots of dandelions could only be harvested once a year. Scutellaria was harvested once a year. It was not effective enough. Ginseng needed at least 5 years to be cultivated. Some even needed 30 years. There was not enough time to cultivate them. They could only continue to find them in the wild. Hunters knew some herbs, but were not professional enough. They could be taught. After learning, they would go up the mountain to gather herbs. In the Tang dynasty, there was always a shortage of herbs. Although there were so many herbs in the local medicine shops, the people could not afford medicine. The people who had headaches and fever endured it. The injured people also endured it. When they were seriously ill, they would find a doctor to treat them at home. They spent a lot of money, but they could not be saved. If they had just fallen ill, they would have immediately hired someone to treat them. After spending some money, they would have recovered. The number of people who died of illness in the capital government was much less than when medical books were published. The imperial physicians of the Imperial Medical Department treated people for free, but the medicine was not necessarily free. As long as the people in the other medical centers and medicine shops learned medical books, they would not be allowed to receive treatment fees for a few years according to the regulations. Or if the treatment period was extended, they would receive less treatment fees. They were considered to be paying tuition fees. When they were disciples, they only received a monthly allowance from their master. They did not receive a salary. When the people in the capital government felt uncomfortable, they would immediately find someone to treat them. After all, it was free. When some illnesses were treated, they would say that they should buy medicine. After spending 5 or 6 yuan, they would recover quickly. When the people heard that they would only have this little money, they would buy medicine and boil it at home. The examination was free. Whether they could afford the medicine was another matter. A minor illness would not be dragged into a major illness. A major illness would be dragged into a serious illness, and a serious illness would become a swona. You will enter the mountain once and bring out your prey. You will not immediately enter the mountain again. You will take advantage of the rest time to learn. Mastering a skill is not a loss. Don't wait until you need it and regret that you did not learn it properly. Take me, for example. I had many good opportunities to learn skills, but I did not know how to cherish them. Until now, I have suddenly realized that it is a pity that it is difficult to return to the past. Otherwise, how could I be so weak? Li Yi spoke earnestly to the hunters, and used himself as an example. The hunters and craftsmen. Dongzhu, are you sure you're not trying to attack us? Your little dolls might know, but why can't your weak dolls see it? You can already fly in the sky, and you're telling us that you're not skilled enough? Owner Ah, please leave a way out for people to live. How suffocating. Brother E, let's get down to business. It's not easy for the common people. Why do you have to do this? A voice sounded. Everyone nodded and looked toward the source of the voice. Third brother, where are your guards? Li Yi quickly put his hands into his pockets and took out a small pistol in each hand. I'm surrounded by the people of the Tang dynasty. How could they hurt me? Li Longji shook his head slightly. Greetings, Your Majesty. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi did not bow. They looked at the people who were not from the Li family Zhuangzi and greeted them. Greetings, Your Majesty. The others bowed and placed their hands in the most conspicuous position, palms facing upwards. Li took a closer look. What the F***CK? You guys have started to put on makeup. What's on Guazi's face? It's waxy yellow. Is it some kind of anti-cold wax? The hunters were excited to see the Tang emperors. At the same time, they looked at the small pistol in Li Yi's hand. They knew that it was a weapon. They did not know how powerful it was, but they guessed that it was extraordinary. Li Yi put away the gun and stood beside Li Longji. Third brother, why don't you rest? You must be tired from the journey back. It's been less than an hour by car. I couldn't find you, so I asked the little robot and came to take a look. Li Longji waved his hand. He was young and full of energy. Let's get down to business. Li Yi responded. Business is to train more herb gatherers. Medical apprentices from the capital and Hunan are the most suitable candidates. They follow the hunters into the mountains and listen to their words. They must not act on their own. Survival and safety are the priority, and herb gathering is secondary. They must not overshadow the main task, and they must not put the cart before the horse. For example, if the hunters say that we can't pick the herbs on the edge of the cliff, the herb gatherers can't go. Li Yi thought of cooperation. The herb gatherers had strong survival skills in the wild, but their ability to deal with wild beasts was not as good as the hunters. If the two sides cooperated, the hunters would learn about herbs, and the herb gatherers would be familiar with hunting skills. There was no such thing as industry impact. Industry impact would only occur when supply exceeded demand. No matter how many herbs the hunters picked and how many animals the herb gatherers hunted, society could easily digest them all. How could there be an industry impact? That's how it should be. Come with me over there. Li Longji agreed. He pointed to the shore of the mountain spring. He had something else to say. Okay, let's see what else the hunter's hut needs. Don't worry about the cost. Li Yi said and walked over there with Li Longji. Brother E, the Tang dynasty is too stable. I don't feel at ease. Li Longji looked at the spring and said, Warmongering will lead to death. Forgetting to fight will lead to danger. Whether it's a person or a country, it's the same. In fact, the crisis has always been there. It's just that the capital and Hunan are fine and you don't go out. You don't have to think about war now. It's just temporary. I'm accumulating strength. When the time comes, you'll know how much money you need to invest. Next year, the maritime trade will start. I hope there won't be any casualties among our soldiers. Li Yi understood Li Longji's thoughts. Tubo, later Turkic, Shi, Khitan, Bohai, and Tukashi were all under control. They were used to the pressure of war. When it suddenly disappeared, they felt empty and uneasy. They had to find an enemy, even if it was an illusion. The best example was his breach of contract at that time. Breach of contract meant that he always used various excuses and reasons to violate the contract. Those countries had to find a country to resist so that they could survive. Sometimes, when it was not easy to find, they would fight among themselves and cheat each other. Ever since Li Yuan established the Great Tang, it had been fighting nonstop against the foreign races. Now that other people could not defeat the Tang dynasty including Li Longji. The people in the imperial court were not used to it. In fact, it was an illusion. The people of the Tang dynasty were not completely out of poverty yet. It was not enough to only consider the external situation. The internal situation was more important. Oh, Li Longji suddenly understood. Yes, I'm indeed like this. It's my fault. He lowered his head and looked at the small stream formed by the mountain spring. Who has fish in it? Yes, there are no fish if the water is too clear, but it's impossible for the water to be too clear. The water without fish is not clear, it's poisonous. For example, a lake with a high salt content belongs to the category with a lot of sodium chloride. Not even a blade of grass grows around it. There are no living things in the water. There are small fish in the water that swim up from downstream. There are no fish in the spring. Because this spring belongs to the seepage spring on the mountain, it has been tested and meets the drinking standards. Li Yi knew that water in nature could not be too clear. Without living things, it could not be clear. Yes, water can't be too clear. If it's too clear, it's poisonous. Then, can the administration be too clear? Li Longji found an excuse to ask about politics. His question was in the category of philosophy. It's not left, not right, not in the middle. Li Yi replied. Chapter 2016. The dew at night seemed to be extra heavy. The sun came out in the morning and didn't dissipate for a long time. The people who were going to feed the rabbits had to continue waiting. Feeding the rabbits grass with dew would cause them to have diarrhea and die. The hunting dogs ran with their owners. After cleaning up, they came back to wait for food. The owners ate first, then went to the meeting for food. The hunting dogs normally had 2 meals a day. Before entering the mountains, they would be fed a good meal. They were similar to wolves. They could go without food for 10 days to half a month, but they had to drink water. When the dogs didn't finish the food fed by their owners, the hunter conference began. Li Longji and the others watched from behind the scenes. Li Yi sat in front of the stage and didn't say anything. The host started to talk. First, he talked about what kind of conference it was. Then he talked about why it was held. Then he talked about the content of the conference and how to hold it well. In fact, it was to change the unspoken rules between hunters into open rules. Everyone had an organization. It was similar to the various associations under Li. Zhong Xiaojing had a calligraphy association. Li Longji was the president. Li Longji was not the president. Li Yi was not the president either. The next process was to ask who was the most suitable president. Everyone looked at blind Feng Daoshi. Old Shi sat on Li Yi's left side. Hu Feng sat on Li Yi's right side. The left side was the leader. The things inside the hut were all provided by Li family Zhuangzi. The key was that blind Feng had a lot of dogs guarding the mountain. If he became the president, everyone would have a reason to ask him to watch the dogs. If someone else became the president, they wouldn't be able to order blind Feng around. Blind Feng's home was in the capital. The hunter conference belonged to Hunan province. Only when blind Feng became the president would he be a part of Hunan province. After the president of the association, the vice president was chosen. Hu Feng was chosen. He was blind Feng's junior. He had made contributions to the Tang dynasty. Another local who was good at hunting became the second vice president. He was chosen based on his own ability. The last vice president position was given to Feng Taozheng. Feng Taozheng had set up a monument to save the dead dogs. It was next to the cemetery of martyrs. How could a person who fought to the death for ordinary people not be trustworthy? Now that he had become the vice president, he would definitely help others if they needed help. What's more, his white-furred dog had become a mountain guard dog. In the future, it might breed another mountain guard dog. Next up were the directors, who were in charge of the specific affairs of various aspects. Everyone could make their own choices. Some people were born to communicate with others, so it would be very convenient for them to communicate. After selecting the candidates, the most important thing was that the membership fee had not been collected. In the past, there was no charge. Everyone hunted by themselves and followed the rules. There was no mention of how much the membership fee was to be paid or how it was to be paid. All that was said was that it was to be paid. Everyone looked at Li Yi again. You have a lot of money, so tell me. Li Yi moved the microphone closer to him and coughed. It's about money. Born without bringing it. Dead without taking it away. Therefore, as long as the person is not dead, it is very important. Everyone, are you sure your two sentences can connect? Don't you find it contradictory? Just ask them to pay. It's hard to measure how much they have to pay. Some people are good at hunting and have a small family, so it's fine to pay more. On the other hand, some people have a large family and need to feed their family. As for the association, they don't want to join, but they don't dare to. Everyone else is a member, but he isn't. How will he interact in the future? Li Yi was telling the truth. If they didn't join the association, they would have to leave the industry. The hunters nodded. Yes, if they refused to join the association, would they be able to enter the hunter's hut in the future? I have an idea. It's like renting a lease. Every year, everyone will take time out to do things according to orders. For example, they will be responsible for scouting, protecting herb gatherers when they enter the mountains, cleaning up large beasts in a certain area, and so on. There must be money to maintain this association. I will pay. I only have one request. If the price is the same, the Li family Zhuangzi will have the priority to purchase. Zhuangzi will look at the prey first, especially the good stuff. If others offer 10 grams, Zhuangzi will also offer 10 grams and sell it to Zhuangzi. Li Yi came up with a plan. No one would be at a disadvantage. It was just that he would have less profit. He would never do this for money. When the hunters were rich, their lives would be better. Wouldn't society develop? With a large number of hunters' huts, the probability of hunters dying from hunting would be reduced, and their families would be stable. If he earned a little money, he would earn a lot more. Standing at the top of the world, he would have a sense of accomplishment and eat game while he was at it. When the hunters heard this, they were indeed happy. They felt that it was better to work than to ask them for money. Their hearts ached when they had to fork out money, but they had no problem with working. Many people actually had the same idea. Even if they could earn enough money from hunting for 10 days, they would be willing to spend 20 days to pay the fee. Li Yi looked at everyone's expression. If we help herb gatherers go up the mountain or scout, we will try to arrange it when the imperial court does not allow hunting. Li Dongzhu, is what you said true? That's great. It won't affect our hunting. What if prey jumps out when we are protecting people? It's not prey, it's a beast. Li Dongzhu, although there is no hunting ban this year, we are willing to hunt while leading people. We won't be afraid if we have more huts. Yes, Li Dongzhu, herb gatherers know a lot. Sometimes they also hunt. Otherwise, there will be no food. Li Dongzhu, the membership fee is not too high. Actually, we don't need the association's money. We will maintain the hunters' huts in the future. We guarantee that there will be more and more food, especially jerky. Sometimes, when we are lucky, we will get a lot of prey and can't bring them down. We can only skin some and sell them at the foot of the mountain. It's a pity that the meat is far away from the huts. Now that there are so many huts, we can only find a square place. The hunters spoke one after another. They were simple and honest, and were unwilling to let Li Yi spend more money. Li Yi heard the shouts of the people near Li Yi. He thought for a moment and turned his head to ask the person behind the scenes, "Oh, Bai, should we advertise the crab cakes and prawn crackers sold by the Ministry of Revenue?" "What advertisement?" Bai Gu's voice sounded. "You pay for the advertisement. The hunters' clothes will be embroidered with your brand's logo. When people ask, the hunters will say that the ones from the Ministry of Revenue are delicious." Li Yi asked Bai Gu according to the E-League's operation. There were clothes, food, and things from the 3 leagues in Chang and at the Luoyang docks. The hunters were so considerate of themselves. "Advertise. Is it useful? Don't tell me that the results are the same regardless of whether they have the money or not." Bai Gu was skeptical. The things sold by the Ministry of Revenue were different from the E-League. The E-League relied on advertisements to buy clothes in bulk. The E-League was a labor-intensive industry. The price of buying goods in bulk was low, and the production cost was even lower. Everyone was only responsible for one step. If the price of the same style of clothes was lower than others, the merchants would buy more. The Ministry of Revenue sold noodles and fried food. Why would the merchants buy in bulk? Why didn't he realize this before? As long as the advertisement fee is paid, I guarantee that there will be a way to increase sales. How much can you sell without advertising? Compare after advertising. Li guaranteed. The higher the advertisement fee, the better the effect. Chapter 2017. How much? Baigu agreed. One is the buyout price and the other is the share price. The buyout price is a one-time payment, and the share will depend on your increased sales. You are not allowed to fake the accounts. Li gave two methods. He directly collected money from others. So how could he have the time to check the accounts and share the shares? How much is the difference? Do you need to consider the increase in spending after a month for people who come from other places to Luoyang? Baigu was cautious. He was no longer stupid when it came to economic matters. People who came to Luoyang had not made much money yet, so it was impossible for them to buy other consumer goods. After a month, when they had money, they would have to take the advertising sales into account. Wait for another month to give you time to collect data. Li was easy to talk to and was not in a hurry. After another month, it will be the new year and the consumption will naturally increase. How do I calculate it? Can I calculate the first month? Then you can advertise at the beginning of February and see how much more there is in February compared to the first month. Baigu gave a time frame. The consumption in the first month was the highest. In February, the products sold after advertising might not even be as good as those in the first month. Refund. The advertising was not effective. No hurry. I will advertise for others first. You can compare similar products. If there is a trap and others jump in, you will be able to avoid it. If you think the advertising is okay, after the first month, I will advertise for you in February according to the share price. Li considered the problem from the customer's point of view. Everything was for the sake of the customer. Okay, ahem. Baigu was about to agree when someone coughed. The sound came from Yao Chong. The cough was full of energy. That doesn't sound right. Let's talk about it later. We are in a meeting. It's your turn to be born. Baigu immediately changed his words. He was in a dilemma. Li ignored Baigu and turned on the microphone again. Let's celebrate today and have a bonfire party tonight. Tomorrow, everyone, the 16 guards and the winged knights will enter the mountains to build a hut. The young hunters cheered and the older ones smiled. The hunter's hut was their foundation. No hunter could leave the hunter's hut and go deep into the forest. They were different from the winged knights. When the winged knights went into the mountains, they were special forces. Their efforts and returns were different. How much would it cost to train a winged knights? They went into the mountains to hunt, and according to individual calculations, the prey they obtained was not enough to feed themselves. Hunters had strong survival skills in the wild. They went into the mountains to earn money. It was easy to survive, but it was difficult to feed their families by hunting. Even when Li Yi's scientific research team entered the mountains, it was like exploring a sinkhole. The physical fitness of the team members had to be good, and they had to find a wilderness survival expert to accompany them. When they reached the place, they had to spend money to hire local hunters. They didn't call them hunters, but locals. He had always hunted since he was young, even though the country did not allow him to hunt. Some people died in the process of gathering wild honey and herbs, and those who survived understood the situation there. In the mountains of Luoyang, in a one-on-one fight, hunters with hunting dogs and winged knights, it was not certain who would survive. If it had been Blindsher in the Qinling Mountains with his group of mountain guard dogs and a small team of 5 winged knights, the winged knights would have directly retreated. There was no point in sending themselves to their deaths, unless they brought guns, binoculars, and night vision devices. Otherwise, the longer the group of mountain guard dogs stayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for the winged knights. Did they rest at night? Did they take turns keeping watch? They were so tired that they died. After Li Yi announced the end of the meeting, the hunters went to find their dogs and tell them the good news. Dogs could not understand complicated words, but they could feel their owner's emotions. Li Yi took a shower and changed his clothes. He went to the hospital to teach the nurses about the cadavers who had passed away in grief Tianfang. When they were still alive, they were asked if they were willing to become cadavers. Usually, they were buried in half a month. In the future, the Li family Zhuangzi would burn incense and add to the grave during festivals. If they were unwilling, they would be buried in coffins. After all, there was a lot of land now. When it came to matters of faith, one was that the corpse had many cuts and then enjoyed the incense. The other was that the corpse would not be passive, but there would be no incense. Those who could enter grief Tianfang basically had no relatives. They had even lost their clansmen. Without incense, wouldn't they become lonely ghosts? As for being cut, wouldn't it be stitched up? The people in grief Tianfang all chose to enjoy the incense. There were many cadavers, and no one jumped out to say no. No official dared to impeach Li Yi. He could only pray that he and his family would not fall ill, especially for diseases like appendicitis that required surgery. Those who could perform such operations would use cadavers to practice. After Li Yi left, Bai Gu asked Yao Chong, "Yuanji, is it inappropriate?" "Just now. I wanted to promise to advertise in the first month, and you coughed to remind me. What's wrong? When Xiao Yi finishes advertising for others, can the Ministry of Revenue still sell things?" Yao Chong was different from Bai Gu. Bai Gu was always thinking about making money. Yao Chong originally wanted to contain Li Yi and even kill him. Yao Chong came to a conclusion after repeated failures and summaries. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Yi would not scheme against others, unless you were scheming against him and affected his arrangements. Otherwise, he would not care about you. Long Zhe, Xiao Yi suggested advertising. He will not let the imperial court suffer losses. Yao Chong recognized Li Yi's quality in this aspect. "Oh." Bai Gu's eyes widened. "I didn't expect that Xiao Yi would dare to scheme against me. Thank you, Yuanji." He figured it out. That's right. Xiao Yi advertised for others. It was unknown whether his sales would be seen through the advertising effect, but other people's sales would definitely increase. Song Jing interrupted. Long Zhe advertised in the newspaper. He doesn't have to pay the Hunter Association. I'm afraid that the advertising in the newspaper is not as effective as the Hunter Association. He didn't say how to operate it. Bai Gu continued to struggle. What was the difference? Bai Zaifu, Blue Sky Fragrance Pavilion is preparing to sell crab-flavored snacks and prawn sticks. Princess Yongmu was unhappy. I gave you a chance to make money, but you were scheming against me. It's just selling fried food. Do you think I don't know the recipe you have? Do you believe that I can have better things? Princess, please have mercy. I can't afford it. Bai Gu cupped his hands at Princess Yongmu. Don't mess around. The Ministry of Revenue is counting on the income to increase its finances. I'll go find Li Lang Xiaolan. Princess Yongmu called out and pushed the little robot that accompanied her away. Oh, Bai, hurry up. Otherwise, my Dongzhu won't care about you. The little robot suddenly shouted Old Bai when it was being pushed away. You're going too far. Do you believe that I won't use a bucket to water you? Bai Gu threatened. I'm waterproof. I'm not afraid. Ha ha ha. The little robot replied again. It's just a small matter. Why are you so upset? Zhang Juling couldn't stand it anymore. It's not about the money. Let's discuss the idea that Xiao Yi came up with. Bai Gu stated his purpose. He was learning Li Yi's way of thinking and operation. It was like watching a magic show. He knew that it was fake, but he had to figure out how it was done. Chapter 2018. Princess Yongmu led a group of people to the outside of the hospital. If they didn't go in, the smell would be unpleasant. The strong female bodyguard stood at the closest position, while the other Special Forces members spread out. Unless Li Yi flew alone with her, she would definitely be accompanied by a group of guards when she went out. She was the weakest link and was easily targeted. This included the members of Wentian Orchid Pavilion. Now, they needed someone to recommend them, and then they had to check. It was impossible to apply for a membership without half a year, but they could go to Wentian Orchid Pavilion to buy things. Princess. Xiao Lan took a few popcorn sticks out of nowhere and handed one to Princess Yongmu. Xiao Lan, I suddenly feel very disgusted with religions. They can't help the lives of the people. Instead, they make the people pay. Princess Yongmu took the popcorn stick and looked at the people shuttling back and forth like ants at the foot of the mountain. Yes, I hate it too. Xiao Lan echoed first. Then she said, in the past it was Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism. Everyone had to believe in one, and I didn't know what to do. It was only after Li Lang came that we realized that our civilization itself was a form of faith. The great etiquette is called xia. The beauty of the dress is called hua. After the discussion and teaching, other religions will have to stand aside. Our Li Lang will do whatever he says. They're still there. In the past, the people of the Tang dynasty needed them to stabilize the situation, but now they don't need them. Princess Yongmu used the popcorn stick as a monocular. She saw a blurry person in a monk's robe and curled her lips. She knew how the monks and Taoists operated. The rich people put their land under the temple's name and didn't have to pay anything. The land continued to be planted. The monks and Taoists took part of the benefits, and the rich people took part of the benefits. They took the Tang dynasty's money. There were also all kinds of money given by the people. The temple didn't share it with the Tang dynasty and kept it all for itself. She saw the monks rushing west to participate in the setting of the magic show. The camera turned and she saw a child waving a popcorn stick in his hand. She turned and asked Xiao Lan, "You're not going to snatch the child snacks, are you?" I arranged for someone to bring them popcorn sticks and a few for myself. Under normal circumstances, Li Lang would rest for half a day after giving the nurses a cadaver lesson. Where are we going this afternoon? We can't always let them interrogate Li Lang. Li Lang needs to relax. Xiao Lan looked at the hospital door and found an excuse for her to go out to play. Into the mountains. The hunters will go into the mountains to build huts. Let's find a place and stay in the mountains for the night. Princess Yongmu had the same playful heart. She even wanted to live in the mountains outside. At noon, Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan fell asleep in their chairs. Li Yi finally ended his class. There were new nurses from Luoyang's Imperial Medical Bureau. Men and women came out with pale faces and found a trash can to vomit. Fortunately, he had eaten in the morning. Now that it was noon, there was nothing in his stomach, and he vomited acid. Some people took deep breaths and didn't vomit. It was still okay, they could hold on. The most special person's eyes lit up. He had discovered a new continent. It was so much fun. Why are you vomiting when you're dissecting a corpse? Princess Yongmu was woken up by the sound of vomiting. She thought about it and understood the reason. The dissection position is a bit special. At the beginning, I didn't dare to vomit because I was afraid that the mask would fall on the cadaver. Li Yi explained, it was not the fault of the newbies. Some people were obsessed with cleanliness. This was a good thing. In the future, he could use this obsession on himself to keep clean. He couldn't be obsessed with cleanliness. If the patient had no problems, why would they come to see a doctor? There was no physical problem, but there was a mental problem. Li Lang, by Zaifu, will probably agree to advertise. What are you going to do? Princess Yongmu provided important information. Everyone will know in 2 days. The advertising fee is not for nothing. In the afternoon, go up the mountain in the afternoon to build a hunter's hut. Don't come back at night. Princess Yongmu pointed at the mountain. The Li family Zhuangzi had bought all the mountains around it. There was no need to build a hunter's hut. The place that needed a hunter's hut had to be very far away. Luoyang included the other side of the river. The mountains to the north included Tang Mountain and other mountains. Li nodded. There was nothing to it. Wasn't it the same everywhere? As long as he brought a small robot out, the telegram signal would be quickly converted. It was no different from chatting. The small robot used telegram to transmit information internally. It was like a satellite phone, but the further the distance, the more power consumption. The hunters who were ready to set off fed the dogs. The dogs seemed to understand and ate hard. They ate in the morning and at noon, all of which were good meat. When Baigu wanted to talk to Li Yi about the advertising cooperation, Li's family of 3 had already gone more than 30 miles. For small robots were carried by people and sat on poles. They were responsible for finding dangerous things. No matter how well they hid, poisonous snakes and locusts would immediately show their original forms when they were scanned. The people in the team didn't think that the small robots were a burden. They could warn them of danger in advance and help them find herbs. It was agreed that the Li family Zhuangzi would buy the herbs they found along the way at a fair price. The money would be divided among the people in the team, including the village owner. The 16 guards, the winged knights, the special forces, and so on were all looking forward to it. The village owner didn't care. It was useless to give it to him. He wanted to find a wife in Zhuangzi. Now that he wanted to recruit more female slaves, it wouldn't do to have more men than women. Generally, the women who could be sold as slaves were good-looking. Why would people buy those who weren't good-looking? Right now, there were rich people who flaunted slaves as property. The male slaves were handsome. They were good-looking and had literary talent. The price was many times higher than others. The men in Zhuangzi who didn't have wives were waiting. If anyone took a fancy to them, they would talk to Dongzhu. Once they got married, they would have their own big room. They wouldn't have to pay for it. They would even give them jewelry. Along the way, people stopped to pick herbs. After picking them, they put them together on the side of the road and marked them. They would pick them up when they came back. Are you tired? If you are, I'll ask someone to carry the 2 of you. Li Yi first squatted down to carry them. When he found that he couldn't carry the 2 of them, he changed his words. I'm not tired. We always exercise. The intensity now is nothing. Princess Yongmu shook her head. She didn't even need to wipe her sweat. Her physical strength was good. Jumping rope, kicking shuttlecock, and playing badminton could last the whole afternoon. It was much more tiring than walking. The weather in Chang, and is definitely much colder than here. In fact, the warmest place is in the sea. Xiaolan had never been to the equator. She had taken a yacht out to the sea. The sea was hot. The route they took was the same. She didn't say it was warm if they went further north. It will take many years for people in winter to not feel cold in the house. Chang, and is actually not that hot at night. Li Yi thought of the north of his time. Most of the areas were equipped with heating. Unless it was a sparsely populated place, he had to find a way. At that time, the industrial development was completed to a certain extent. Otherwise, heating pipes couldn't be built. I know. Only the heating in Li family Zhuangzi is good. The boilers in other places are not good. Princess Yongmu looked back at Chang'an. Chapter 2019. Xiao Yi found an opportunity to run out and play again. She disappeared when no one was paying attention. After Baigu knew the situation, he did not ask the little robot to call Li Yi. He complained. Everyone was in a high position. Why should he be tired every day? He sighed and continued to work in Zhuangzi's government hall. Azhou sent an application for funding. In order to prevent the freezing rain from collapsing the houses in winter, they strengthened the houses in advance. When Baigu entered the government hall, Su Yi was talking about a memorial from Azhou's Lu Jingdao. It was the place where the people ran to the mountains in the heavy rain before. The people in the surrounding prefectures followed. What houses did he strengthen? The houses are all newly built. The Li family Zhuangzi's people are there. Can't he find a good excuse to cheat money? Baigo was furious. If he had to work, then he should work. How could he be fooled like a fool? In order to build new houses, the local people knocked down their own houses. Xiao Yi did not say anything. Build houses and slowly return them later. At the same time, help the local people find a way to become rich. The Li family, Zhuangzi, sent many people to work. Lu Jingdao, do you think they are blind and deaf? Greenhouse, vegetable greenhouse, they call it a house. It is indeed a house. The Li family Zhuangzi's people asked him to apply and prepare in advance. It is best if there is no freezing rain. If there is, arrange it immediately. The local people have vegetables in winter. There are few varieties and they are cold hardy. This year, they have to plant vegetables with high nutritional value and are not easy to preserve. For example, garlic sprouts and chives. The Yangtze River does not freeze in winter. Go downstream and sell them elsewhere. The people downstream are also not warm in winter. They grow these vegetables separately. The cost is higher than buying them. Su Yi added, don't misunderstand. You know that the Li family Zhuangzi's people are there. Is Lu Jingdao tired of living and dares to cheat money? It is an additional funding. It has nothing to do with infrastructure. If other places want to plant other things, do you want to get the funding together? Baigu instantly found another problem. Building roads, bridges, dredging, no problem. Do I have to give you money for what you plant? Why don't you ask the Li family Zhuangzi for it? Taxes. The locals want to pay taxes, Su Yi added. Yes, we have to put the people's livelihood first. Greenhouse planting is within the scope of the vegetable basket project. Baigu nodded his head vigorously. Currently, the place to pay taxes was the capital office and the surrounding prefectures, Henan, Guangzhou, and Haizhou. Other places had normal rent adjustments, so why should they pay extra taxes? Azhou's intention seemed to be that after the disaster struck, the rent would be waived, and they had already used up all their time to repair their own houses. Now that they were willing to pay taxes alone in winter, they had to support them. The taxes paid were guaranteed to be more than the allocation. If there was no freezing rain, the money would still be in the exclusive account. Approved? Su Yi said as he picked up the brush to write and stamped. The people taught by Xiao Yi do have some skills. Baigu smiled. Look at the villas. After they arrived at the place, the information sent by the locals showed that the place was stable. Not only in Azhou, but also in Hanyang and other places on the north bank of the Yangtze River, including the prefectures further upstream. The people were busy living a good life. The local officials clearly knew that there were greenhouses. The newspapers had taught them how to build them, and even how to dip the flowers in them. In the end, the Li family Zhuangzi's villas had to arrange what to plant and consider the problem of selling downstream. Thinking of this, Baigu considered something. If we sell downstream, do the people downstream have the money to buy? Zhang Jiling said, every place has its own specialties, and the production is naturally high. Even the ginseng in Bohai Sea is also higher than other places. It's impossible to buy crabs and lotus seeds from other places and sell them to Azhou. Azhou has a lot of them. There are few ducks in Azhou, and there are also some dried fruits and medicinal herbs. If we continue to go downstream, the local smelting industry is good. Now that the imperial court is not so restrictive, Tubo can accept it even if they want to. So what if we give it to them? The people can sell vegetables in the market if they have them. How can the prefectures complement each other? There are lotus seeds in Azhou. How can there be no ducks? Baigu was thoughtful. There weren't many ducks in the first place, and they were washed away by the water. The local ducks are not famous, which means that there are few of them. Zhang Jiling smacked his lips as he spoke. He wanted to eat roast duck. He picked up the phone and connected. Is there roast duck in the canteen tonight? Can there be? Okay. He put down the phone and swallowed his saliva. Let's eat roast duck tonight. Okay. Baigu was also hungry. He liked to eat duck skin, but he didn't like duck fat. Many people had the same problem as him when he was offered to eat duck skin alone. He picked vegetables to eat among the meat dishes and put meat among the vegetables. A telegram was sent from Ijo. The document is on the way and will arrive the day after tomorrow. Song Jing took out the document that he had already approved. He didn't need to ask for Baigu's opinion. They applied for a batch of diesel for official use and I approved it. The price is low, less than 20% of the current market price. 10,000 caddies. Song Jing continued to speak and looked at Baigu. Baigu blinked. What's the meaning of this? You want the Ministry of Revenue to make up the other 80%? Long Zhe, you tell Xiaoyi. We all know the cost. Song Jing stated his purpose. Guangping, isn't it better for you to do it? Baigu didn't want to do it. Do I have to be the bad guy? It was said that Princess Yongmu was not satisfied with me. It's not convenient for me to intervene in financial matters, Song Jing said as if he was chatting. Baigu, the small robot next to him. Dongzhu Ijo in Shu has applied for more diesel for official use. Song Jing agreed to sell it at 20% of the price. Let old Bai tell you. The small robot next to Li Yi said. There was a small robot in the political affairs hall. When it came to keywords, it would start to calculate and organize. A lot of oil has been extracted this year. There is not much oil left in the open. It is not enough for the Tang dynasty. The people of Shu have sacrificed so much in the war. They should enjoy the benefits of war. The locally bred and hunted animals are being transported to Shu. The price is low. In addition, there are many herbs. The prices of the medicine shops in Shu are also cheap. Ijo wants diesel. We're going to give the people a good new year. We don't need to pay for it. 100,000 caddies. But you are not allowed to sell it secretly. In addition, send fireworks in the name of Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. The Li family Zhuangzi will supply it to Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion at cost price. Li Yi thought about it for less than 10 seconds and arranged everything. Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion and the Li family Zhuangzi will participate. Princess Yongmu smiled and showed 2 small dimples. This way, no one will say anything if we buy a shop on the bridge, build a tall building, and add a clock. She was smart. Her identity was different, so she thought about the problem from a different angle. No matter how they explained it, or even if they couldn't explain it, how could the people not have any thoughts when they saw the original shop being bought and built such a tall building? They just didn't dare to say it. The truth was not important. What they thought was what it was. When Tianlan Xiang Pavilion took this opportunity to donate. The value of the donated things was far more than the money used to buy and build the house. The people would change their thinking. Chapter 2020. Hurry up, Dongzhu called. Transfer 100,000 pounds of diesel and 50,000 fireworks, flammable and explosive items. Transport carefully. When Li Yi spoke, the little robot began to pass and Song to receive the order and immediately arranged it. The goods were loaded on the train and transported to Luoyang. In Luoyang, they changed boats into the canal and entered the Yangtze River. From the Yangtze River, they went all the way up from Minjiang to Izhou. After more than half a circle, it was still more convenient than direct land transportation, and the role of the train was reflected. In winter, there were trains and materials in the Yangtze River basin could be transported to Guangzhou. When the Yellow River Bridge was built, people in the east of the Taihang Mountains did not have to cross the Taihang Mountains to transport things to Guangzhou, cross the bridge to the south, and take the railway. Baigu was still struggling with how to talk to Xiaoyi, and the little robot beside Li Longji, who was pushed away and made a sound. My family Dongzhu wants to send 100,000 pounds of diesel and 50,000 fireworks to Izhou and then distribute. Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion will donate. Li Longji thought for a moment and nodded. Good plan. Uncle is reliable. Empress Wang walked around the room with her daughter Dudu in her arms. Dudu didn't sleep and looked around with her eyes wide open. Sometimes she didn't see enough. As her mother turned her head, Empress Wang immediately followed her daughter's direction and turned back. Look clearly. Look at the next place after looking. She didn't understand before, and she didn't know how to hold other people's children. Even in the whole Tang dynasty, there was no such operation. Li Yi explained, the newspaper said stare at the child. Otherwise, if there are too many times in a short time, the baby will not see what she wants to see. She will suddenly burst into tears. The person holding the baby was inexplicable. She was fine just now. Why did she cry again? Dudu saw a vase, porcelain, and she raised her little hand. Empress Wang carried her over and put her on the table. The palace maids and eunuchs took out the prepared cloth and stretched it from all angles. Looking at the proficiency of the movements, it was definitely more than once. Dudu came to the place. Her fingers first touched the vase, little by little, and then opened her small hand to grab it. Her hand was small, and her strength was not controlled well. The vase tilted and shook. She grabbed again, and the vase continued to shake. As a result, the vase shook more and more violently. Finally, it reached the critical point. The vase fell forward and was caught firmly. The eunuch picked it up and put it back, indicating for the baby to continue. Dudu turned his head and looked away, not playing. Li Longji shook his head. Ordinary families can't afford to raise them. Ordinary people can't afford this gold-plated vase. Oh, Zhuangzi's cost is not high. Empress Wang knows that the most expensive part is the craftsmanship. The Li family Zhuangzi's porcelain burning technique is not a problem, and the temperature control is good. Only the glazing and gilding were not easy. The craftsmen took their time to paint. However, there were many craftsmen in Zhuangzi. When they were not working, they liked to paint for fun. Brother Yi, you haven't sold any glaze. Li Longji suddenly remembered something. In the past, when Zhuangzi was short of money, Brother Yi sold a kind of glaze and now he sells it. He also occupied other people's kiln with his help. Now there are all kinds of porcelain in Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi uses a lot of methods and glazes. Beautiful and clear sky after rain. This porcelain is worth a lot of money. There is no shortage of money. When you need a lot of money, Uncle can release a lot at once. It is estimated that you will wait for overseas trade. Empress Wang knows that Li Yi is afraid that the rich have no money in their hands, so they don't try to sell luxury goods. Raise it and come back when others have more money in their hands. It is not convenient to sell in the Tang dynasty, so they can only look overseas. Your Majesty, Bai Zaifu is here. Someone came to report. Empress Wang turned away with Dudu in her arms. Dudu turned his head and stared at the vase again. The palace maid followed behind with it. Dudu is a little ancestor. It not only proves that the empress can give birth, but also can have both children. Baigu came in and bowed slightly. He glanced around and felt awkward. What is missing? Go and get another vase. Li Longji also thought it was uncomfortable. The two vases were symmetrical. One is broken? Baigu understood. No wonder. Dudu likes to see it. He just left. Li Longji motioned Baigu to sit down. Your Majesty, I have a thing. There is a memorial in Izhou on the way. The telegram arrived first. They want diesel oil, Guangping. Baigu talked about his worries. How can he talk to Xiao Yi? Li Longji listened from the beginning to the end and frowned. Baigu looked at him. I will talk to Brother Yi about this. Long Zhe doesn't have to worry. Li Longji took the initiative to bear it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Baigu was grateful and almost shed tears. No worries. I will ask him to send 100,000 kilograms of diesel oil and 50,000 sets of fireworks. In the name of Win Tianlan Xiang Pavilion, Yuan has not donated anything recently. There is too much money. Li Longji's expression was sincere. He did not seem to be lying. When Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. Oh, Your Majesty's plan is wonderful. Just like Xiao Yi's way of doing things, this. Ah, Your Majesty loves the people like your own children. You will not let the people of Shu feel that the imperial court is far away. Bai Gu thought of something. He was not sure and did not dare to ask. During the Battle of Tubo, the people of Shu also died during the transportation. Now that Tubo is stable, the people of Shu will benefit more and teach the people of the border. Those who guard the border and live in the neighboring areas will receive the country's kindness. Li Longji raised the matter to the political level of the country. The people of Shu will benefit because they have contributed. The people of other places look at the position of the southwest barbarians and the northern border of the Turks. The people of Shu had just finished their lunch. They did not need to continue to send food to the source of the Yellow River. They had extra food. There was meat, mutton with scallions. Most of the troops of the Tang dynasty returned and brought the sheep from the other side. The sheep were raised in the northernmost part of Shu and sent to other places after they were fattened up. They ate first. There was no lack of scallions. The mutton with scallions was easy to make and was not difficult. In a large courtyard, more than 200 people were eating. This was a big family. It was hard to tell the age of the old man. Everyone took him as the most important person. He gave the main seat to a young man. The young man had a pigeon on his shoulder and was cooing. He would feed the pigeon from time to time. As he fed the pigeon, he said, "The pigeon was released in the middle of the night. Fortunately, we came back early. The bones are not fully grown, and the doctors here can't handle it. The boat is fast and goes with the flow. When we reach the canal, they should be able to get the news and send Brother Wan to Dongzhu as soon as possible." Brother Wan is also very tough. He was afraid that the bones were grown wrongly and did not let the broken leg grow back. It was painful all the way, and the leg was swollen like a small water tank. Fortunately, there were painkillers here. Sigh. Thank you, Li Xiaoyu. The old man was grateful. He had many children. His second son and his second daughter-in-law went to Tubo to deliver some things. On the way back, they encountered a falling rock on the mountain, and it hit his daughter-in-law. His second son reacted quickly and pushed his daughter-in-law away. The rock fell on his leg. The people in the team saw and said that it was not good to reattach it. They had to go back and find someone else. Otherwise, the leg would be gone. The return journey took a month. There were medicine and splints. His second son did not use them and kept moving. He hoped that they could reattach it when they got home. In the end, it was not good when they got home. It was too swollen. The person who raised the pigeon was changed half a year ago. He was nearby and did not say that he raised a carrier pigeon. Knowing the situation, he asked someone to take the people to the boat at the fastest speed and release the pigeons at the same time. Chapter 2021. Erling, don't worry. Another old man came over. The two old men were biological brothers. In fact, they were only in their 50s, but they looked old. Some people would believe that they were 80. They were in the northwest of the Shu lands. There were many ethnic minorities there and some intermarried. If someone in the family had an accident, everyone would be anxious. A crippled leg meant one less good labor force. If there was an incurable disease, and he had to take medicine all year round, the family would not be able to live well. What was even more terrifying was that a broken leg could cause death. The swelling would not go down, and it would be difficult to urinate. In the end, he would die. Normally, such a fracture would be directly connected. What would happen after that would depend on fate. Eat. Send it to Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu is a divine doctor. The first old man shouted. It was unknown whether he was talking to himself or others. His son's child stayed at home, and his wife followed. The wife's family was not bad and had a lot of dowry. The son always found things to do with his wife, and then the daughter-in-law would beat him. The two of them were not convinced. The daughter-in-law was good at running the family. They could not help the son beat the daughter-in-law after marrying over. After they came back, the two of them stopped fighting. The daughter-in-law said that she would not fight back in the future, and the son said that it was wrong to beat her before. The daughter-in-law was not so smart and capable, and the son would not always beat her. Today's meat was sent by the county magistrate. The daughter-in-law's family came and found an extra doctor to take care of the injured son-in-law. More than 300 people came, and the things they sent were piled up in the courtyard. This was the reason why the son and daughter-in-law fought, and the family blamed the son. If their son had an accident, the family meant that the daughter would remarry and take the child away, and the child would change his surname. The daughter-in-law was better. She said that she would take her husband away and did not think about anything else. After walking for a while, they boarded the fast boat specially arranged by the salt gang. There was nothing else on the boat. Other than the ballast, there was only their son. They had an agreement. Seeing that there was hope and there was still time, it was worth it to send one person. Take a break, I'm tired. Ouch, my feet hurt. Li, who was walking on the mountain road, stopped and shouted, panting. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan wiped their sweat. Walking on the mountain road was more tiring than jumping rope. The jumping rope allowed them to take turns to rest as they continued to move forward. The others were fine, but the winged knights, the 16th Guard, and the special forces were far weaker than force march. Later, when they lift us up, we can't breathe. Li Yi continued to pant. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan's faces turned slightly red. They knew that Li Lang was doing it on purpose. Li Lang also trained hard. What are you panting for? You're not even sweating. Let's go back and practice. Princess Yongmu sat on a large rock and whispered to Xiao Lan, "The two of us are good enough. Their training is different from ours. We can't compare ourselves to them." Xiao Lan shook her head. She knew how the team was trained. The key was that he couldn't stop training. He would train every day, but the amount of training would be smaller. Li Lang, how far is it from the first hut? The path that Princess Yongmu had taken when she came back was cut out by force. There was no road. There were few people walking up the mountain. It was now a forest with plants of different heights. The team walking in front used different tools to open up the path. The branches were knocked off and the bushes were cut off. During the march, the people in front cleared the path for the people behind and took turns to move forward. We can reach it when it's almost dark. There's no need for a hunter's hut nearby. Look at the road conditions. The commoners walk past the mountain to pick mushrooms. The hunters don't care where the commoners can go. Now, there are mushroom pickers forming a team to go up the mountain and use wooden sticks to alert the enemy. Li Yi saw rotten mushrooms on the ground. It wasn't so cold in Luoyang, and there were mushrooms in Chang, but there were fewer varieties. When the snow fell, the mushroom picking operation stopped. But in fact, mushrooms could still be found under the ice and snow. If there was a clump of hay and there were mushrooms in it, it could still persist. But no one picked such mushrooms. It was too much of a waste of time and energy. Li Lang, think of another way. Artificially grow pine mushrooms. It's called blood red rivet mushrooms pine nails. I can't grow them. Tell me about other mushrooms. I can do it. Li Yi shook his head vigorously. What kind of joke was this? Even truffles could be artificially grown, but pine nails couldn't. In fact, it wasn't much different. Pine nails could be thrown into the pine forest and then picked. Truffles could also be used, but they could most likely determine the location. Blood red rivet mushrooms had a high yield, especially in the northeast. They were harvested in large piles. Red pine forests had the most, followed by other pine forests, including pine tabuliformis. Gray mushrooms? Xiao Lan asked. Gray mushrooms depend on the variety. Some are very simple. You can plant baskets of them. Yes, remind me, this can be developed into an industry. Once you grow it, you can sell it to someone for a caddy and make 60 cents from it. When the industrial base improves, we can make a profit of 50 cents per caddy from the Tang dynasty. Li Yi thought of his mushrooms. Different mushrooms had different prices. The difference was too big. They were all fresh mushrooms, so they were 100 times more expensive. Artificially grown gray mushrooms had a short growth cycle and high yields. Mushrooms sold for 8 yuan in the supermarket. He could guess how much they cost. When he was young, his golden needle mushrooms were sold in cans. They were very expensive. Back then, how much could he make in a month? 120 to 130 yuan. A can of golden needle mushroom was more than 5 yuan. Later on, who would still buy cans of golden needle mushrooms? They were sold everywhere. One could buy a bunch of them for 1 yuan. When the time comes, the commoners can eat mushrooms, wood ears, and meat, right? Xiao Lan thought of the commoners in other places. They were like the farmers in Zhuangzi. They didn't care about food, clothing, and shelter. Food is one thing. People also need to exercise. Otherwise, if you eat too much, you will end up with a bunch of illnesses. Just like, some people don't exercise and get too fat. Li Yi wanted to mention in Lushan. He was still a teenager. Later on, when he had a status, he stopped exercising and got a bunch of illnesses. He even lost his sight. When he went out, he had to be carried. Now he was skinny. There was no need to care about him. It was enough to know that he couldn't do anything. Dongzhu, there's news from Zhuangzi. In the Shulands, there's a family. The little robots shout interrupted Li Yi's train of thought. He was talking about people who had broken bones. The pigeon flew back to Li, family Zhuangzi. Seeing the situation, Songda didn't dare to delay and immediately made a call. The little robots passed the news to each other. It was an emergency. Someone's bone was broken and his leg was swollen. He took the Salt Gang's fast boat and went down the river. He asked Dongzhu for help. This person was sent back to Tubo and was smashed by a rock. Order the yacht to go out and change to another boat to carry crabs. The crabs can be raised for a few days. Li Yi ordered the yacht to go quickly. They went to the Yangtze River to pick up the person. They didn't have to wait for the person to come. He turned his head and looked at the aircraft that was carried over. Then he looked at Princess Yongmu. Li Lang wants to fly me over. I'm too tired. Let's bring Xiaolan this time. Princess Yongmu smiled sweetly and pushed Xiaolan. Let's all go. I'll change to a bigger one. Let's go together. Li Yi said as he waved his hand. Another aircraft appeared on the ground under his feet. It was a big one. Many people knelt down. This time, many people really saw the means of a god. Chapter 2022. The three of them put on their helmets and parachutes, stood on the aircraft, and soared into the sky. The kneeling people looked up until the small black disappeared into the sky. Another yacht was unloading goods. It received an order to stop the unloading and prepare to set off. The little girl brought her junior brother here, where the sky pivot was originally located. She discovered the situation and dragged her junior brother onto the yacht. There were other people on the yacht. After hesitating for a moment, they chose not to get off. They poured baskets of crabs into the water and used the loudspeaker on the yacht to shout to other boats to catch them. The crabs were all tied up. I think flying with me will help you maintain your balance. I'm going to send a message. The small robot closest to Li Yi on the mountain flashed its light and spoke in a human-like voice. Li Lang, how much lifespan do we have to spend? Princess Yongmu was not happy at all. Should I say how much lifespan is earned? Is this the problem of saving a person? Li Yi was not worried about spending his lifespan. This time he made a big profit. Just like when overseas Chinese suddenly encountered a disaster and turmoil, the country's warships arrived. How much weight did the words "motherland takes you home" carry? Now that he flew over and landed on the Salt Gang's boat at the Yangtze River, the surrounding people could all see. After a little inquiry, they found out that he was helping to save a person who was injured while helping to deliver things to the army at the Yellow River. What would the people think? Therefore, Li Yi flew at an extremely low altitude. One reason was that the wind was weak, and the other was that the people below could see. Your Majesty, a group of people saw Li Longji in the political hall. Brother, he went out. I haven't seen you for a few days. Everyone must be tired. Li Longji said directly. Where did Gang Ro go? Zhang Juling was curious. There was a person who transported goods for the Yellow River War. On the way back, his leg was smashed by a falling rock while saving his wife. It has been more than a month, and his leg is swollen like a jar. He came here on the Salt Gang's boat to seek medical treatment. Li Longji said these words. There was no need to say anything else. Everyone knew that Li Yi went to save people. He wanted to fly here and there. Such an important matter. Yet we didn't know about it immediately. Sigh. Song Jing sighed. In less than a quarter of an hour. The pigeon was released last night, and just as it reached Zhuangzi, the call came. Brother Yi, let's go. Li Longji looked at Song Jing and said, Didn't I come over to tell you? How fast do you want to go? Could it be that I have something to tell you first? And brother Yi can only know after you've discussed it? Is the communication system yours or brother Yi's? Am I supposed to have priority over brother Yi? What's more, if I reported such matters to you first, would you be able to save them? His bones are fractured and his legs are swollen to the size of a vat. Tell me, how are you going to treat him? Treating the leg is important. Lu Huaishan was also in the political affairs hall, helping out with the small affairs. The people in his regiment always wanted to participate in the government. Is something the matter, Huaishan? Li Longji understood the meaning behind Lu Huaishan's words. One of my Dalong's big teeth has fallen off. There's a wisdom tooth behind it. When I arrived here yesterday, I wanted to ask Xiao Yi to pull out that big tooth and replace it with a wisdom tooth. Lu Huaishan did not hide it and spoke the truth. His eldest son had a big tooth missing and exposed his nerve. It was painful, so he asked for leave to come over and work as an official elsewhere. His face was already swollen, and he was taking medicine and acupuncture at the same time. He knew that under such circumstances, the broken tooth could be pulled out. Moving the wisdom tooth forward could only be done by Li Yi. Normal people could not do such a thing, as the skill was too advanced. Ask the nurse to help reduce the swelling. Even if you want to change a tooth, it can't be swollen unless it's life-threatening. Li Longji expressed his understanding. He had a toothache before, and later on his wisdom tooth was pulled out by brother Yi. Otherwise, when something was rubbed in that area, there would be a small piece of flesh covering it, and it would continue to swell. It gradually got better after a few days, but it started to hurt again. When it was pulled out, there was no injection of anesthetic. Instead, he took some medicine, sprayed some medicine, and bits of medicine. With the help of acupuncture and anesthesia, it was pulled out. It's reducing the swelling. The effect is not bad. Lu Huaishan replied, changing the topic. Song Jing complained. He had to protect Xiao Yi. He knew how he lived in the past. Under the circumstances that did not involve national affairs, he stood on the same side as Zhang Juling. Xiao Yi's dental skills are indeed good. Bai Gu agreed and said, recently he had been using his tongue to lick his teeth, and there seemed to be tartar at the bottom of his teeth. It was strenuous to poke at himself, and he was afraid of bleeding. He asked Xiao Yi to see if he should wash it. He remembered that he had just washed it a while ago. The wind is a little strong, but the speed is still okay. 150 kilometers per hour. In less than 6 hours, we will reach Yuzhou. We will fly in a straight line. According to the current situation, we should arrive first and they should arrive later. But it's okay, we can ask when we get there. The other ships on the Yangtze River will see the Shu Salt Gang's ship. Li Yi wore a helmet and used the communicator inside to talk to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. The wind was quite uncomfortable, and it was not good to wear special clothes. He looked like Ultraman, or maybe it was the Japanese Empire movie he watched when he was young. The clothes he wore were similar, and he was prepared for the human cannon. Li Lang, we can only arrive at night. The people can't see us. Princess Yongmu estimated the distance and speed. She felt that it would not be helpful for publicity. Publicity depends on the investment. Sometimes it's better to do it at night. For example, if we send Sun home, How can we play during the day? Sun-er's father passed, and his mother impressed me. When the winged knights stood up and shouted, "I'll go," that was when they truly served the country. Li Yi gave an evaluation of the past. The winged knights did not disappoint him. Will it expose your methods during the Tao discussion? Xiao Lan understood. Li Yi wanted to use other methods. There's no time to spread it. How can it spread thousands of miles in half a month? It's a good opportunity to practice. It's interesting. It's only a part. It's still far from the full content. Li Yi said as he focused on operating. This was not a plane. Planes had automatic navigation systems. Actually, it was easy to be a pilot. Under normal circumstances, they were only responsible for taking off and landing. Other times, the plane flew by itself. They had nothing to do. This was what Li Yi had heard from someone on the internet. It sounded very reasonable, but when there was a problem, ordinary people could not do it. They needed to operate manually. There were so many instruments that ordinary people could not understand. The key was that taking off and landing was not starting and stopping. It was easy to pull up during takeoff, but when landing, Li Lang, what's the situation like? Princess Yongmu was concerned about the injured person. There's a broken bone. Manual reduction cannot be completed. He needs surgery to reduce the inflammation first. It's not a life-threatening situation. Otherwise, if it's a skull, even if it's swollen, it has to be treated. Let's see the situation when we get there. There's good medicine that can reduce the swelling in a short time. Li Yi was not in a hurry. As long as he saw the person alive, everything else was easy. It just depended on how much he had to pay. Ordinary people's bodies would be bruised and have extravasated blood. They would need a long time to recover. But with methods, they could recover in 3 days. They could draw the extravasated blood and inject it at the same time. Swelling was the accumulation of fluid in the area. They used medicine to expel the fluid and then physically extracted it. This speed was fast, but the damage to the body was also great. Chapter 2023. The Yangtze River in early winter did not have the slightest chill. Boats were still coming and going on the river. In the afternoon, a small boat more than 20 meters long was sailing down the river with full sail. There were many salt characters on the sail. Someone stood at the bow and shouted, "Shoot D salt gang, help boat. Boats ahead, make way." Someone else blew horns and beat drums. When the boats downstream heard the sound, they all moved aside. If someone said that they were going to save someone's life, then they were definitely going to save someone's life. Besides, if the boat was not in a hurry, how could it be so fast? If they were not careful, they would hit the reef and the shore. The wind changed slightly. The people controlling the sail adjusted it at the same time and continued to fill the boat. The boat jumped up and down in the waves. It was faster than Li Bai's 1,000 miles of Jiangling in a day. 1,000 miles of Jiangling could be returned in a day. If they went down the river, they were not afraid of accidents. At this moment, a man and a woman on the boat were pale and seasick. They had stopped vomiting. They had vomited everything they could. "Erlang, if you can't stand the pain, you can pinch me. Just use your strength. Don't hold the wood. It will hurt your hand." The woman had a determined look on her face. She asked the man to hold her. It doesn't hurt. Live to reach the place. Okay, give me a breath. Lee Master, he can be saved. The man gasped. He had a fever. In fact, he had a fever before, but now it was more serious. Drink water, warm water. Don't let your body lose heat. It's written in the newspaper. Someone came over and poured water into the man's water bag. The boat was moving up and down, but the man was walking steadily. He was from the gang. After knowing the situation, he put a few people on the boat to watch the river. When they were in the boat, the situation was much worse. The boat could slow down and even reach the shore, but they could not. How could they stop when the raft was in the water? When they stopped, they would hit the shore. People would first adjust the direction of the long row and run to the front before hitting the shore. If they accidentally jumped into the water, their bodies would be broken. They were the best at watching the river. Through the texture of the water, they knew the situation below. Those who did not know had already gone down. The people controlling the sail were year-round sailing people. They operated the boat of the Salt Gang. The Salt Clan's people were responsible for communication and suppressing the situation. If there were any other problems, the Salt Clan would deal with them. Everyone on the small boat was skilled, except for the couple who were newbies. They knew how to swim, which had nothing to do with sailing. The man drank water with a little salt in it. After drinking, he continued to vomit. After vomiting, he drank again. As the sky gradually darkened, the boats raised their lanterns and slowed down. One ship after another was overtaken by the small boat, and the man fainted. When he woke up, the sky was completely dark. He was sweating all over, but his body temperature didn't drop. "Where are we?" he asked weakly. "We are about to reach you, Joe. Soon the pigeons will fly there. There will be a ship there to pick us up. I guarantee that there will be a powerful imperial physician on the ship." The woman had been keeping watch all this time and had only drunk a little water. She was now drowsy but still excited. "If I don't make it, you take the child and change." The man's vision turned black as he spoke with difficulty. "It's written in the newspaper. Don't give up. Just grit your teeth and you'll come back to life." The woman shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. "In the past, I always hate you because wah. Look, there are words in the sky. There are words flying in the sky. The heavens are showing their power." Suddenly, there was a noisy noise, including the people on the small boat who were shouting. The entire sky above the river was illuminated, and there were many small dots of light forming words. "Quick, shake the torches and beat the drums. Li Dongzhu is here." The people of the Salt Clan on the small boat shouted at the top of their lungs. The words in the sky read, "Li of Bashui is here to pick up Wan Jiayuan of Shu. Shake the lanterns and beat the drums." The boat hurriedly shook and the drums were dense. The words in the sky changed. I see it. Everyone else, pay attention to the boat. The onlookers quickly adjusted their boats so that they wouldn't hit the boat or the shore. Immediately after, the stars in the sky gathered, and the light shone brightly. There was a whistling sound, and the three of them flew to the small boat under the light. The aircraft reached the deck and didn't care about how the boat moved. It swayed and landed. The small stars in the sky followed and landed one after another. They were all small multirotor drones. The three of them jumped down. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan opened Li Yi's backpack, took out a white coat, and put it on Li Yi. "Where is he?" Li Yi asked the group of people who were dumbfounded. Xiao Lan and Princess Yongmu helped each other take the clothes and put on the clothes. Behind, the people of the Salt Clan reacted and pointed to the cabin. Li Yi ran over. Wan Jiayuan actually jumped up with the help of his wife. He was about to die just now. When the others shouted, the two of them started to climb up and saw the stars in the sky change. In an instant, Wan Jiayuan felt better. He didn't have a fever or pain. When Li Yi saw them, he immediately knew who was injured. It was obvious. He stepped forward. "Sit down and lean on your wife." Wan Jiayuan's wife directly picked up her husband and adjusted his position. She squatted behind him. Li Yi moved his hand, and an electronic thermometer appeared. He scanned it and found that it was 42 degrees. "It's okay, he won't die." As he said those words of comfort, a lot of things appeared out of thin air. A few drugs were sucked into the needle. He tore open Wan Jiayuan's clothes and pushed in his vein. Painkillers, electrolyte supplements, antihistamines, cooling, cardiotonic, antibiotics, all in one shot. Turning his head, Li Yi changed the needle and several drugs. He looked at Wan Jiayuan's wife and exposed her arm. The woman unbuttoned her clothes without saying a word and took out her arm. Li Yi patted his arm, and the blood vessels on his arm popped out. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan took things down from the equipment and continued to tear Wan Jiayuan's clothes. They gestured as they stuck the thread on. They had never eaten pork before, but they had seen pigs run. The two of them knew how to do simple operations. Someone helped carry it. Li Yi took out the infusion bottle and injected the woman with an intravenous drip. The medicine used was different. Wan Jiayuan's medicine could support him for now. The woman was not seriously ill and needed to replenish her water and electrolytes. Just now, she gave him 200 milliliters. There was a special medicine inside. Li Yi already had it. It was for the rabbit army. It could keep a person in a normal mental state for 72 hours without sleep. Moreover, the side effects were small. It was just that it was not publicized anymore. Its name was Nighthawk. Someone came forward and helped carry the infusion bottle with a smile on his face. Previously, he was still full of worry. He had paid such a huge price, but he was still going to die. He felt very disappointed. Who would have thought that Li Dongzhu would personally fly over and show off his godly methods? Look at the person who was about to die. Just now, he was still shaking his head. The black and white impermanence probably came just now, but in the end, they hid somewhere and cried bitterly. Why? They were beaten up by Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu. The boat is docking. The captain knelt beside Li Yi and whispered. Li Yi was kneeling. Kneeling was the only way to save people. Chapter 2024. Thank you. Li Yi nodded to the captain. Dongzhu, what are you saying? The captain felt wronged. Why are you thanking me? Later, bring your family to Luoyang. I'll take a look. Li Yi changed the topic. Okay. The captain no longer felt wronged, and it was impossible for him to refuse. Dongzhu, the bones in my leg are broken. I can't reconnect them. One of Wan Jiayuan's hands was also hooked up to an 4 drip. His other hand pointed at his swollen leg. It's easy. Let's reduce the swelling first. Then I'll reconnect your bones. If possible, don't use a steel plate. It depends on the situation. Li Yi couldn't make a judgment at the moment, but looking at the blood color of his leg, it was all right. There was blood supply. He was most afraid that the blood supply would disappear and the leg would be necrotic. He could only amputate it. The swelling of his leg was different from the snake bite of his second disciple. That was poisonous. Simply reducing the swelling wouldn't work. Anyway, he was still alive, so he couldn't let him die. Li looked at Wu Jiayuan's leg and said, Drone, take off. Right, just right, he wanted a good effect. The drone rose into the air and formed words. The Yellow River's source is dangerous. The army's provisions have not been cut off. High mountains and steep ridges step on the canal. Torrential rain and strong winds support the shore. The sun and moon take turns to look at the eternal light. People and vehicles toss and turn in the dark. A bitter man with a broken leg returning home. Pigeons fly for thousands of miles. Dongzhu, whose poem are you talking about? Wan Jiayuan wasn't in pain now. The medicine given to him was special. It was definitely prescription medicine. My family's Li Lang wrote it himself. The time is too short. It's just a jingle. The first word of the 7 laws enters the rhyme. Otherwise, someone would have to be killed and buried. Xiaolan frowned as she looked at the swollen leg that didn't look like a human leg. Whose poem did you copy? Wan Jiayuan was very concerned about this question. Erlang, does your leg not hurt at all? His wife reached out behind him and secretly pinched his ribs. What's the point of asking this? You don't know how to write poems. It doesn't hurt. Dongzhu's immortal methods. When your leg is better, I'll wash your feet every day. Wan Jiayuan turned his head to look at his wife. If you want to wash up, then wash up. Why would I kick you? The woman didn't care that there were outsiders around. She stretched her face forward and pressed it against her husband's ear. Li Yi said, It's good that you've thought it through. It's just that your wife is usually smarter and more capable than you. Other than using force to maintain your position in the family, you can't find any other way. Your wife's family is bigger than yours. She didn't do anything wrong, so why should you hit her? She resisted. But this time, if you throw your wife out and get smashed, your position in the family will be stabilized. To be able to protect a woman at the cost of your life, others wouldn't dare to say that you're a good-for-nothing. Li Yi explained the situation clearly. It was that simple. Wan Jiayuan had once heard people gossiping about him and felt that he was useless. In the future, who could say that he was incapable? The moment the boulder fell, he only had one choice. He, Dongzhu, I will study hard in the future and study in the newspaper. Wan Jiayuan was embarrassed. After saying that, he reacted. Dongzhu, why don't I feel any pain? Because I injected you with Dolantin. After a while, there will be morphine. I made that myself. You might be addicted, but it's okay. Think about your wife and children. At worst, I'll throw you into the training camp and you can play with the 16 guards or the wing knights for 10 days to half a month. Li Yi told the truth and injected the special drug. Now, he needed to ensure that Wan Jiayuan's mental state was in order to absorb other drugs, electrolytes, and sugar. And then, Wan Jiayuan thought that the drug was good and wanted to use it every day. Then wait for the yacht to come by. I won't inject you with Dolantin. If you're in pain, you can use the drug after the surgery, Li Yi said with a smile. Wan Jiayuan's condition was gradually recovering. Pain was not a problem. Just endure it. You've endured it for so long. People were weak when they relied on others. A truly strong-willed person would be tenacious in any situation. Many of those who were arrested and locked up eventually became national leaders. Okay, I'll endure it. Wan Jiayuan had no choice. The boat slowly docked and waited for the yacht in Yuzhou. Yuzhou was the Chongqing of Li Yi's time. The drone disappeared after more than half a day and landed back. Leave some power for backup. Don't use it all up. Eat fish. You too don't need to sleep. Take advantage of your condition to replenish your nutrition. Li Yi looked at the people from the Salt clan and said to the couple, they use the drugs to maintain their sober state. Eat quickly and then sleep. The people from the Salt clan ran out to buy fish. Whatever Dongzhu said was true. God! The people outside were still in a state of excitement. Li Dongzhu flew over and moved the stars to form words. The Salt clan's boat said help. Li Dongzhu should be fine now that he's here, right? Li Yi applied medicine for Wan Jiayuan. It was for dehydration. His leg was too swollen. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon helped. The two of them saw something they shouldn't have, but they pretended not to see it. At this time, Wan Jiayuan couldn't wear his lower body clothes. The two of them saw it. Wan Jiayuan was shy. He closed his eyes and didn't make a sound. When we return to Luoyang, the swelling will subside. Then I'll perform surgery on you. It's best not to use a steel plate. It's okay to use it. Li Yi tried to downplay it as much as possible so as not to cause psychological pressure to the other party. Wan Jiayuan's wife couldn't help. After taking a look, she went out for a while and came back to boil water. She had gotten the tea leaves. She also brought back the tea set. Wan Jiayuan didn't know who she went out to find. This was what made him depressed. His wife was too capable. He used to feel inferior, so he used domestic violence to maintain his status. In the end, his wife was not afraid of violence and used violence against violence. If he said that he killed his wife while she was asleep at night, his wife's family would exterminate his family. His family had more than 200 people, men, women, old and young. There were more than 300 men who could carry the burden. Not all of them were here. Just like Princess Jincheng, whether she was wronged or not depended on the strength of the Tang dynasty. When the army was at the city gates, who would go to diplomacy? Li Yi took care of the wound and bandaged it. It was permeable and had some medicine inside. Wan Jiayuan's wife served tea. Dongzhu, Princess Xiaolan, have some tea. There's a lot of bamboo in the area. Pick some bamboo, leaves, and boil it for him to drink. It'll be better when we return to Luoyang. There's plenty of supplies there. Li Yi took the tea and felt that he should train Wan Jiayuan well after returning. Wan Zhaoyuan was much worse than his wife. Her family was powerful, and her dowry was generous. She was able to take care of the family and lead the Wan family to earn more money. If a man didn't have some ability, it really wouldn't work. This was an accident. A man was a man after all. What if there was no accident? How could Wan Zhaoyuan live? It could be considered a blessing in disguise. He exchanged his life for it. When the fish was delivered, Li Yi began to process it. There weren't many people on the boat. He cooked it in a big pot and ate it together to replenish protein and some vitamins. There were still vegetables in Yuzhou, including mushrooms and other fungi. Li Yi busied himself for an hour and made 8 dishes and 2 soups. Chapter 2025. Dongzhu, can you check if there's anything wrong with my body? The captain of the salt gang asked before eating. There's something wrong with you. You don't say it directly. When the cruiser arrives, leave your boat and go together. Li nodded. You're crazy. Can't you just say what you're thinking? I promised to treat your family. You go first, and then your family will take another boat. With my status, how can I lie to you? How shameless can I be? Thank you, Dongzhu. The captain was thick-skinned. Hurry up and eat. Don't be in a daze. You too will be sleepy soon. After eating, I will give you 2 other medicine. You two will sleep until noon tomorrow. Don't drink the soup. Drink it. I will find someone to wake you 2 up in the middle of the night to check the data. Li Yi prepared to check the condition of the Wan Zhaoyuan couple while they were sleeping. If they drank too much soup, they would need to go to the toilet. If they took the medicine, they would not wake up. They would go to the toilet and then sleep. In theory, when they woke up the next day, they would forget what happened last night. During the meal, Li Yi gave them pills and swallowed them with the soup. After the meal, the husband and wife were settled down and fell into a deep sleep not long after. Li Yi flew away with Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. He found a mountain and went to sleep on top of it. He was worried about others. After some arrangements, the computer monitoring system, heavy machine guns, and explosion-proof huts were all set up. Come in and sleep. When the yacht arrives, I will find someone to move it. Li Yi was relieved and asked them to rest. On the other side, the yacht was sailing fast on autopilot. The system's judgment was faster than a human's reaction. Li Yi's autonomous vehicles always had problems. It was not the autonomous vehicle's problem. It was the system's problem. When the train first appeared, it was not as fast as the horse. The plane took off for reconnaissance, not for attack. It was the same for autonomous vehicles. There must be a process. Other people's systems could not be compared to the Li family system. When they were out at sea, Li Yi used his tablet to simulate the city. What kind of software is that? With that software, everyone would go crazy when it came to making movies. It represented a lot of money. The drone on the yacht was controlled by the yacht system to take off and scout ahead. The yacht sailed at its fastest speed. The little girl Feng Qingdai and her junior brother Li Guizong were eating crabs. A lot of crabs were thrown out, and the rest were eaten by the people on the yacht. They were all big hairy crabs. The adults had wine to drink, while the 2 children drank rice wine, which was called sweet wine fermented. The children could also drink it. The crab's last meal was gone. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He was afraid that he would get sick if he ate it again. Senior sister, the boat is too fast. It's scary. Li Guizong looked out of the window. It was faster than a horse. We don't sail much at night, so we're all docked at the side. It's okay. When the little girl saw the boats of various sizes docked at the shore, she felt relieved. Senior sister, is it worth saving a person? Li Guizong's understanding of this was slightly off. He had grown up in a different environment. It's not about saving a person. It's about what kind of help those who have sacrificed for the Tang dynasty can get. In the future, when the Tang dynasty expanded its business to more distant places, how could the merchants work if they did not trust the navy? When the power of a country is mobilized by one person, the people can't rebel. Master flew away and saved a person, but he won the hearts of the people, just like you in the past when you were bullied in sorrowful Heaven Square. Did you want someone to help you? As the little girl spoke, she turned to her junior brother, wanting him to experience it from his own experience. Who dares to bully me? I'm the only one who can bully others. I'm an orphan with no ties. I can't beat them to death. What am I afraid of? I'm already like this. If they have the ability, they can kill me. Otherwise, I'll continue to beat the children who want to bully me. Li Guizhong stopped eating crabs and told her what happened in the past. He was an orphan and then went to school. If anyone bullied him in school, he would beat them to death. The tortoise bit his finger, and he bit the tortoise's neck. The tortoise couldn't loosen its mouth, so he bit him to death. That was his personality. The child's parents came over and asked what was going on. The child said that I wanted to bully him. In fact, I just wanted to scare him and make him admit defeat and be obedient. In the end, he beat me. The parents said to Li Guizhong, "If you do this again, we'll beat you." Li Guizhong replied, "Either you beat me to death now, or I'll beat your child to death. Your child bullied me first. I wasn't the one who provoked your child." So the child's parents compromised and said something nice. Then they went back and beat their child. Why did you provoke him? He had nothing left. He didn't want his life. Master said that this is called school bullying. You're anti-bullying. You're the same as that person, Zhang Bin and Zhang Wenwu. That person is the same as you, but he's more hardworking. He killed the injured lone wolf. The parents of the other children are afraid. Not only are they afraid that he'll hurt the children, but they're also afraid that he'll go to someone's house at night and kill them with a sickle. The little girl remembered a child who was not bad in his studies. Yes, not bad. Although he could always get high rewards, he was far from her. I won't any more. Master has taught me a lot. Li Guizhong nodded and admitted that his thinking was wrong. That's right. With our status and identity, we shouldn't do that. The little girl was very gratified. Senior sister, you're right. I should have done something bad behind the scenes. I'll take the lead and get myself into trouble. Master won't do that when he's tricking others. Li Guizhong nodded vigorously in agreement. Senior sister was indeed senior sister. Amazing. The little girl was speechless. We can't collect taxes from a large pile of crabs. Baigu was also eating crabs. There were too many crabs thrown off the yacht. The fishermen weren't the only ones who fished them out. The imperial court also fished them out. After they fished them out, they would send a batch over for everyone to eat at night. So they didn't pay taxes. We agreed. Zhang Jilling thought that Baigu remembered wrongly and reminded him. So when they paid taxes and threw the crabs from the yacht, they said they fished them out. What a profiteer! Baigu was vexed. Businessmen had many thoughts. It's just one day. They won't do it tomorrow. Song Jing comforted Baigu. Why won't they do it tomorrow? Continue talking about the crabs you fished out today. Baigu didn't react. If they dare to sell the fresh crabs they fished out today tomorrow, we'll investigate them. Crabs don't stay overnight unless they're specially bred. They don't have the means to breed them. Sui reminded Baigu, who would dare to say that they fished out today's crabs tomorrow. Baigu blinked. I hope the man with a broken leg gets better soon. He was completely relieved. That's right. Just one day. Some were injured. In fact, some died. For those who died, give me the list and put them in the cemetery of martyrs. Li Longji said. His mind wasn't on the crabs. He didn't care about the money. The soldiers died in battle, including those from the House of Subjugation. The civilians were in charge of logistics. Those who didn't die should also be put in the cemetery of martyrs. Even the Tubo dynasty died in battle, let alone the Tang dynasty. They should be with the heavenly pivot and be immortalized forever. Chapter 2026. Beep, 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 beep. At around 2:00 in the morning, the alarm of the monitoring device rang. It was time for the couple to go to the toilet. A midwife who was standing guard at the side hurried to call for them and help Zhaoyuan collect his urine. The couple finished their business in a daze and gave Zhaoyuan some water. They lay down and fell asleep again, exactly as Li Yi had said. Accompanied by a whistling sound, Li Yi descended from the sky. He looked at the data on the device and gave the couple another injection. He stared at the device and checked their pulse. When he turned around, 3 midwives were kneeling on the ground. "What are you doing? Get up." I said no kneeling. Li Yi's face darkened. The midwives stood up with flattering smiles on their faces. They were not afraid at all. It was only right to kneel. Looking at the host flying back and forth, the stars in the sky can catch the typesetting. Each star is very obedient. When immortal Dongzhu told them to dodge, they tried their best to dodge. They were not allowed to dodge and could only open their eyes wide. Li Yi saw a thermos next to him. He went over and picked it up. There was water. He turned the 4 empty upside-down cups over and boiled them, then poured out the water, and each of them filled half a cup. "Are you sleepy? I'll keep watch," he asked the 3 midwives. "No, I just changed in the middle of the night. Immortal Dongzhu told the one keeping watch to take care of me if I die." One of the midwives shook her head. "I'm not an immortal," Li Yi emphasized. "Got it, immortal." "Yes, Dongzhu," the second midwife said. "Drink water." Li Yi did not emphasize. He looked at the words on the thermos. Yuzhou's Fong Xiling. "The Fong clan is rich and powerful?" Li Yi asked curiously. "So, the Fong clan is rich and powerful?" "Yes, they are powerful here. From Dalong to Xiling, their family is amazing. They have bicycles, kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, mirrors, and beds. They have everything. The locals say both the east and the west rise to Beichin, and the light shines on the 4 corners of Yuzhou." The 4 corners refer to the 4 sons of Yuzhou's Fong family. The thermos bottles in the house and the kerosene lamps outside were delivered by Fong Xiling himself. The 3rd midwife introduced the local power of the Fong family. They did not lack any luxury goods. "The 4 families have done a lot of repairing bridges and roads," the 1st midwife said. Li Yi looked at the 2nd midwife, who nodded. "If anyone has any difficulties, they will help." Li Yi turned his head to look at the 3rd midwife. After learning about Zhaoyuan's situation, Fong Xiling said that a good man should be respected and brought the things over. "He was the closest to us." "Oh." Li Yi nodded. When he left, he had arranged for the boatman to look after the 2 of them. Now it was the midwife's turn. The boatman was sleeping soundly in the shed outside. Fong Xiling was interesting. He hired people to help him and put in a good word for him. Immortals. Dongzhu, they've been repairing the bridge and road recently. "It's very smooth," the 1st midwife said. "I can understand. It's uncomfortable to ride a bicycle on uneven terrain. There are many mountain roads in Yuzhou and the treadmill. Actually, you can add wheels underneath." Li Yi thought about the after-sales service. He wanted to add a flatbed trolley for the treadmill. If a few people pedaled together like bicycles, the charges would definitely be more than just a few bicycles. Li Yi walked out with his cup in hand. The other party had spent money to hire people for help. As long as they were not breaking the law, he should meet them. In the shed outside, the people on the boat were still sleeping soundly. They must have exhausted themselves during the journey. On the other hand, the 4 people from the Salt clan were sitting beside a Chinese chessboard. They were not playing and were drinking tea. Another person stood beside the aircraft and looked at Li Yi respectfully. "Fong Xiling." Li Yi looked at the other party. He was in his 40s and was elegant and kind. He was a character. Most triad bosses were like that. Fong Ao greets Li Dongzhu. The person who called himself Fong Ao bowed. "Are there any scholars in your family?" Li Yi nodded slightly. "There are some scholars." Fong Ao lowered his head slightly. "I heard that the Fong clan likes to do good deeds. Repair bridges and roads?" Li Yi asked again. In the past, we paid less just to be kind to the neighbors. Now that it is not easy to ride a bicycle, we have to repair it. Fong Ao replied, "My family is doing business. I will pay 30% of the tax. Think about how much is appropriate." Li Yi asked the other party to pay the tax. "Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Thank you, Li Dongzhu." Fong Ao was about to kneel down when he immediately stood up straight. His face was full of gratitude. "I also need the handprints of the villagers to be done together. Also, my people will investigate. Will you allow it?" Li Yi reminded the other party not to think that he could let his family members participate in the imperial examinations with money. You have to settle the commoners first, and then accept the investigation. Only then can you give the family members a place. The number of places depends on how much you pay. Otherwise, you came to see me to see if I am handsome or not. You don't need to see this. You're always looking in the mirror and kowtowing. Yes, Li Dongzhu, please investigate. Fong Ao's eyes lit up. Li Dongzhu was amazing. He knew what he wanted. Maybe he could see everything in his heart. What a godly method. Sit down. I will make some noodles. Now there is no time to steam buns. Make some egg pancakes, stew some chicken soup, and make some side dishes. Li Yi told the other party to sit down. He was going to start making breakfast. When it was done, he went to pick up Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon at dawn. How could Fong Ao sit down? He hurriedly called for people to send things over. Li Dongzhu was going to work. Li Yi meant that if the other party did not cooperate, the family members would be worried. If they were given a place, would they be able to pass? When the things were sent over, he immediately cleaned up the chickens. There were a few live ones. He gave them a quick death. The chicken soup was stewed, and the dried mushrooms were thrown in later. Unfortunately, there were no potatoes. He made do with the yams and added more mushrooms. After that, he mixed the dough and listened to the sounds inside. He had to go in. Many people did not sleep. They brought their families to burn incense for their ancestors, Li Longji and Li Yi. Those who did not have a ranking were carved at the last minute according to the people who stayed up late. Those who did not have time to carve were written first. Today, they saw that Li Dongzhu was a god. It was not the rumors. He could fly. They dared to swear on their ancestors that Li Dongzhu flew over. That person's leg was swollen like a vat. He had to swallow his last breath. When Li Dongzhu arrived, all things were born where the light shone. They were not sleepy now after being illuminated. Amazing, right? They wanted to tell their ancestors. The sky gradually brightened. Li Yi made a large pile of pancakes, carried 4 side dishes, looked at the chicken soup, stepped on the aircraft, and flew away. Another group of people on the ground knelt down and looked up. About 20 minutes later, Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon, who had hurriedly washed up and cleaned themselves, were brought back by Li Yi. "I smell the stewed chicken. It smells good." Xiaolon sniffed. The strong smell of chicken soup wafted. "Li Lang, when will the boat arrive?" Princess Yongmu cared about the yacht. With the yacht, she did not need to sleep on the mountain. The bed on the yacht was comfortable. She could take a bath or soak in it. There are many waterway boats. The yacht can't speed up. It should arrive before tomorrow morning. Li Yi looked at the position of the yacht. It had not entered the Yangtze River. The speed of 40 knots was not reflected in the canal. It would be fine in the Yangtze River. "Dongzhu, Dongzhu, my husband is awake." Wan Zhaoyuan's wife ran out and shouted at Li Yi. "He woke up from the pain, right?" Li Yi asked. Wan Zhaoyuan's wife nodded vigorously. "Yes, a god." Chapter 2027. It's delicious. Wan Zhaoyuan sat there and ate by himself. From time to time, he would look at Li Yi pitifully. He was in pain. He had been injected with Dolintin last night, and its pain-relieving effect was extraordinary. Li Yi did not inject him during the day. He would inject him during dinner and have a good night's sleep. Bear with it now. If I keep injecting you, what if you get addicted? You're still eating fish at noon. Actually, I don't like to eat fish. Your body needs it. You had such a fever, but it didn't give you any other diseases. Your body is very good. Relax. When we reach Luoyang, we'll celebrate the new year there in winter. Someone from my family wants to come over. Arrange a boat. The news has been sent out. There's no telegram there, so we can only send pigeons. They'll probably arrive soon unless the pigeons are lazy. Li Yi talked to Wan Jiayuan as if he was chatting about daily life. He reminded him that he still had family and to hang in there. A person's faith was very powerful. Last night, when he flew over himself, he suddenly became energetic. When doctors were performing emergency treatment, they were most afraid that the patient would not have the will to live. After a lot of experience in emergency treatment, one would know that a person's potential was huge. Many times, life and death were in the hands of the patient. Li Dongzhu, I heard that Her Majesty is living with you? As expected, Wan Jiayuan's attention was diverted. His thoughts were scattered, and he asked something that he should not ask. She's living with Li family Zhuangzi. She insists on living with me. I'm living with Wen Tian and Xiaolan. Li Yi corrected him. What do you mean by living with me? We each have our own courtyard, okay? Your words can easily cause ambiguity. Yes. Princess Yongmu is living at your place. Wan Jiayuan corrected one mistake and made another. It's cold in Luoyang. It'll be beneficial for your injury recovery. From today onwards, you should be able to recover in 5 months. Li Yi changed the topic. His leg had been checked yesterday. There were many broken bones inside, so he had to use a steel plate. Installing the steel plate, removing the steel plate, and recovering. 5 months was considered a short time. In addition, if all the functions were normal, it would take a year. Fortunately, the broken bones were not directly connected. Otherwise, all the broken bones would be damaged and infected. Let's put it this way. This injury should be directly amputated. When it came to him, it became a matter of time to recover. Fortunately, the local doctor had treated it to the wound. To put it bluntly, Wan Jiayuan's life was saved by various coincidences. The person who raised the pigeons was there. It's fine as long as he's alive. With such a person around, there's still a home. Wan Jiayuan's wife spoke up. She had lowered her expectations. If the man was dead, it would be difficult for her to fall in love with someone else. Would someone else be able to exchange their life for his at the moment of life and death? Only after experiencing it would one know how to cherish it. As long as one was alive, nothing else mattered. Even my Li Lang said that he would recover. How is he still alive? My family's Li Lang is particular about this. If the King of Hell wants someone to die at midnight, if I say no, it will be at midnight. Xiao Lan deliberately put on an unhappy expression for the other party to see. As expected, the injured man and the injured man's wife smiled at the same time. Yes, they were immortals. Wan Jiayuan was stopped by Li Yi when he was about to eat half of the pancake. Eating too much would affect his body's recovery. More importantly, Wan Jiayuan had a fever. Under normal circumstances, he should be lying on the bed and being served. As long as Li Yi was around, Wan Jiayuan felt that he could do it. The others were eating at other tables and stealing the Tibetan pancakes. It was not convenient to hide the stewed chicken, but the pancakes were not a problem. They could dry them and bring them home for the important people in the family. The pancakes made by the immortals had to be ground into powder. If the body was uncomfortable, they could drink it with water. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, even Li Yi's era had pancakes. They drank the ashes of others and begged for it. They could not say that they bought it for free. The ashes were free, so they burned incense. The paper wrapped with the ashes was free, and the Buddhist robe was free. There were also scammers on the streets. They got tin foil, spat a mouthful of saliva, and pasted it on the waist of others. They squatted there and stretched out their hands. After that, they asked if the person was hot. That was the place where they pasted the tin foil. Was there a need to say? It was guaranteed to be hot. Anyone who pasted it would be hot and would not be able to breathe. When the clothes on the waist were lifted, the wind would blow. That place was blocking things. How could it not be hot? There were also those who massaged the shoulders of others. They asked if it was sore. Was it sore? If he used more strength, they could ask if it was painful. Was it painful? In fact, this egg pancake should be eaten while it was hot. It was good for the body to eat it. There were too many eggs. Li knew that there would be people stealing the pancakes, so he made several times more. After the meal, Li put Wan Jiayuan on a 4-drip and asked the governor of Yuzhou, Zhao Chenlu, to bring the children over for class. The governor did not want to see them. God knows if there were assassins among them. More than 100 children came over. Looking at their clothes, it was obvious that they were either rich or noble. Li pretended not to know. He could not ask the children of poor families to come. The children of poor families did not know how to cooperate. He wanted the children of poor families to study. It had nothing to do with him now. He could ask the Tang dynasty's Chaotian fund to give more money later. There was no need for a performance. It was not like he did not care about the people of the Tang dynasty. In terms of treating children well, who could compare to him? The children were all between the ages of 10 and 13. Li randomly selected students and asked a few questions. He knew that these children were about to advance. They should learn from university or minister. He could teach them all, including the doctrine of the mean. But what could he teach in a class? It was useless to teach them. He talked about other things and used the time of a class to instill a concept in the children. The death of the second generation of Qin was not the fault of a minister or an illegal mistake. The first emperor of legalism, the law is born from emotion, and the law is destroyed by emotion. As the saying goes, solitary yang does not grow. Solitary yin does not grow. Follow the heart and act. Think and act. In all matters, the law comes first, and the emotion is the root. The law of ruthlessness is metaphysics. Know the reason and understand the truth. Forgive the people for a while, and win the hearts of the people for a lifetime. Use what you learn. Move like floating clouds, changing easily. Move like flowing water, turning and turning difficult to understand. The tide of people surges, the people's hearts surge. The law follows the people, and the law inherits the people's achievements. Therefore, the law of the Tang dynasty has mercy, and the criticism has arguments. As a businessman, let the profits be abundant. As an official, let the people get the government. Li was teaching the children dialectical materialism, but the language was different. These children could understand. If it were him, a teenager, he would never speak like this. If you taught this to children from the 4th or 5th grade to the 1st grade, would they be able to understand? Of course, some could. For example, Li had received this kind of education when he was young, including memorizing and writing poems. But the probability was too small. Teachers couldn't do that. As expected, the children now understood everything. It wasn't difficult at all. Li opened a new way of thinking for them. It was simple and direct. The officials hurriedly memorized it. They thought that Li would casually find a paragraph from a minister or a university to explain, and it would be enough. Who would have thought that this immortal Dongzhu didn't play by the rules? In just a short class, he made use of it. They had to learn. When it came to the content of Taoism and the Book of Changes, the profound things became simple. Princess Yongmu and Shaolon sat there and listened with their chins in their hands. Their faces were filled with pride. This was their Li Lang. Wan Jiayuan, who was hooked up to a drip, was also listening. He yawned. It was probably because of the sedatives in the medicine. It was definitely not because he couldn't understand. When we go back, let our children come over and talk to you. Do you want to sleep? Wan Jiayuan's wife said to her husband. Yes, come over. I don't want to sleep. Wan Jiayuan replied, reflexively. One could see how he lived in the past. He didn't know how to calculate.